Hello, people of the internet, friends, tower enjoyers, tower guard, etc, etc, and welcome to episode 3 of the tower. Where do I want to start? Let's just get stuck in. Thank you very much for everybody who's supported us so far. Really nice to see we're up to episode 3, and tonight we're in for some fun. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick us off with a recap, and then we'll just get picked up back where we left off. So good? Great! I wasn't actually asking anybody. That was like, yeah. Okay, sure, what the hell. Thank you for your answer.
So bad.
Right, okay. So, previously on the tower, having just arrived in the Black Desert, Vanille, M.O.C.H.A, Meryl and Dawn began to look around in the vast emptiness of the velvety sands as a ceaseless storm seemed to rage on in the sky overhead. Each of them would spot different things in the environment that drew their attention. Lightning that always came from the same direction. The fact that some of the crystalline shapes in the distance looked like buildings. But most notably relevant. Hold on, I'm gonna just quickly stop my audio track for a second. There we go. It's a bit distracting. Let's go. There was a crater off in the distance that was like clearly the most interesting thing, and they began to head over there. And Vanille realised as they were walking over that there was like a rhythm to the sound of the storm, like the lightning itself was like humming a tune that she noticed. So head over to the big boxy circular crater in the ground. They found a whole bunch of shapes half buried in the sand, and it didn't take long before they realised that the shapes vaguely resemble bodies almost. And they realised quite quickly, based on the artifacts lying around them and the fact that they were bodies, that they were likely fallen tower guards who'd been defeated in combat. The objects around them seemed to imply a hint about who the person was or like where they had come from. After trying to move one of the bodies or two around, they just sort of essentially broke and shattered into all these tiny little pieces and left behind a weird kind of odd marble in their stead. Decided to pick them up. They realised that like after Marble picked one up and crushed it, they experienced a moment of loss, like feeling this recent experience that had put them in a bit of a dour state. But as a payoff to that, they experienced a small boon. Realising that they were like kind of useful, these little marble things, known as motes of loss, they broke all of the other bodies and collected them. The group then went on to one of the bigger buildings that looked like a building. And it did take long for a few people to realise that it's the town hall building from Charnbury, but from years in the past, definitely not the most modern version of the building, which has been reinvented over time. But it's like an older version of this building, like a memory of it. But they couldn't get inside because it was encased in this crystal. So instead, they realised there was more of these bodies with another crater nearby. And they went over, broke them apart and collected more of the motes of loss. So, they decided eventually to just follow the path of the lightning and see what was up ahead. Off in the distance, they found that the source of the lightning, or at least where it was coming from, appeared to be a sort of large rock, like kind of geode, almost shaped like an egg, that stood against the sky, quite big and abrupt. And as they approached it, it cracked apart and broke, revealing the inside, which again was almost almost like the inside of a geode. With a strange kind of body and face, almost like a flower, a weird shape. So they get into a fight against this big, massive entity, and after defeating it, or at least thinking they defeated it, this wave of devastating energy passed out from it and killed everyone with the exception of Meryl. As everybody had their final moments saying their farewells, Meryl kind of panicked and began to run, and she realised that from this bigger entity, something smaller broke out and began chasing her. It seemed to be almost desperate to just touch her, and the minute it did, Meryl felt death take her too, as her body turned to the same crystal that she'd found all around. Yeah, death didn't seem to be the end, as shortly afterwards the group awoke in the same odd room that they had went into just before entering the Black Desert. The room with the nasty purple crystal that had zapped Meryl before. And whilst they were in there, they realised they weren't quite as dead as they had first thought themselves to be. Remembering the fight and what had happened just before it, they found themselves being pulled towards death, but instead it was interrupted, and yet they'd awoken here instead. Looking at the plaque that said in the centre of the room, They found that now they could read it, and it said, "Death is not an option, yet there are worse fates," and that the tower itself seemed to grant them respite in the first rule, which prevents them from dying while on duty. The group then got themselves back up. Vanille cracked one of the motes of loss, and also felt a moment from her past where she found the body of a loved one. And the group set out once again to sort of fight this creature. Getting to the crater much quicker, they found not the bigger version of this entity, but its smaller, more defeated form, and they finished it off. And as it fell apart, it broke into lots of the tiny pink crystals that they'd seen scattered throughout the whole desert. And it also seemed to drop a faded photograph, which M.O.C.H.A thought he recognised someone from, like, looking at it. It's hard to tell because it's a bit faded, though. Then, heading inside the crater, they found a set of stairs that led down and into the winding path that took them to a somewhat familiar place that they'd been in before. That circular room that they had learned, the sort of circular room that they first went into, and inside of the sort of pillory in the middle, pillory isn't the word, the pillar in the middle of the sort of smaller room on the inside, they found had sort of been opened up, and inside were a series of plates where they could sort of like seem to move them around and shift them around, implying that they could choose what floor they would be going to next. So, as we begin today's adventure, we... let me move this to here. Let's move this to this one. So, as each of our adventurers, friends, picked themselves up and looked at this sort of a strange thing in the centre of the room, you guys had all realised, one by one, that there was a... what do you call it? That's odd. Let me fix that.
A tower.
Yeah, sure. There was a tower inside the tower, a much smaller pillar in the middle of the room, which seemed as though you guys could sort of like move and shift things inside of it. You realise quite quickly that there are two differently coloured plates inside. One of them is seafoam green, kind of in texture and colour, whilst the other one, this is slightly too loud, turn you down a wee bit. The other one was more brown kind of coloured. Both of them seem to be made of the same material, like a sort of dense kind of stone. And so, let me pass it off to you guys. What do you want to do next?
We've to choose where we go next.
Ooh. What about the brown one?
I was feeling the other myself.
What order are they in, Connor? Just the two that we can flip. Yeah.
Unless this
my bad, but please continue.
Unless it changes itself. The previous inhabitants went there first. I agree with them.
Yes, perhaps they know more than we do.
It's possible.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Well, we're assuming they made it this far. There was a lot of those bodies.
Most certainly, one group must have succeeded. The amount of bodies do not relate to the number of adventurers that have went out, I think.
We died and found ourselves. So did they.
I am not so sure that I trust the tower to remain the same after each expedition. Your reasoning is sensible. Besides, I can't help but feel more optimistic towards, well, the green one. Or greenish.
I If
It's more of a sea foam.
You know that, wouldn't
Say
you?
that.
I like to do a wee bit of painting.
Indeed.
Are you any good?
Oh no.
Better than your reporting, then, at least.
What do you know about my reporting?
A little, I suppose. Well then, we're decided.
Seems so.
So, Marble, as you finish coming to a conclusion that you will leave the discs in the order that they are, closest to the door, which just happens to be where you happen to be standing, you hear something out in the hallway. A shift almost. Something fallen, maybe? It's hard to discern exactly. What's your passive perception like?
It is a 9, so pretty high if you ask me.
With your 9, I'll say that's exactly what it sounds like. You're not sure. It sounds like a scraping or a dropping or a movement or something like that.
Yeah, they'll just like snap around and
There's something out there. Does someone want to investigate?
I think M.O.C.H.A does.
I do. Wait. No. Well.
I'll be with you.
Do you require me to?
Why, yes.
You can see that M.O.C.H.A doesn't like that. If he could cringe, he would. But he grabs his sturdy pod lid and lifts it with both hands in front of him until he reaches the door and realizes, well, he has to release at least one hand to open it. So that is what he does. He
For what it's worth,
grabs the handle of the door.
The door is already still open when you guys have sort of entered into this room. Let me move you guys to here for a
excellent.
moment, shall we?
Ah, yes, excellent. In that case, yes.
So, M.O.C.H.A,
we
you
will
also currently
take
still have
step
a
forward.
torch in your hand, giving a light to the rest of the others in the room. Currently, you and Dawn are holding on to like a lantern or a light of some kind.
I believe that's actually the light spell that I'd cast on myself.
Ah, got you.
I think I'm holding a
Yeah, so
lantern
that's...
Yeah, okay, that'll be what it is.
Yeah, I would argue I cast it on my shield because then I can sort of, wave the light source around in my hand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lead, M.O.C.H.A, if you will.
I will. He takes like one long step out in the hallway and looks left and right. Oh.
M.O.C.H.A, you look left and right. For what it's worth, it is definitely dark out here. Not so dark now that you have like your light source on you. But could you roll me a strength saving throw?
I can.
I don't.
M.O.C.H.A,
Yeah.
as you hold onto your shield with both hands, a little bit anxious, a little bit shaken, you feel suddenly it is thrust from your hands, pulled into the darkness. What's your passive perception like?
My passive perception is a 16.
A 16. Okay, then you actually catch a glimpse of something. You're not entirely sure what it is that you're seeing, but you get a slight of something. The light of your shield itself, as it is pulled out of your hands and dragged along the floor. You catch a light of something dragging it. It looks wet, maybe. It looks red, almost like a tendril or a tentacle. Something slithering, something long. And you watch as your shield scatters up and around to the right hand side, disappearing off in this direction and out of sight.
M.O.C.H.A stumbles a couple of feet backwards before catching himself. So
What was that?
I can't. I am not certain. It appeared to be a lengthy appendage which has taken my shield. Well, my pod lid. I can't seem to see it anymore.
What's going on out there? Did I just hear the words lengthy appendage?
There's something with a lengthy appendage, Meryl. Well then.
Huh.
You can't go without your shield.
I would certainly like to have it back. But he's like staring into the dark. His eyes are like darting around, trying to see any shade, or shape. Do you suspect we have changed floors already?
We never close the door.
Marble will pull their own hooded lantern at this point and hook it onto themselves to make sure it's tight enough in case this thing is stealing light sources.
Remind me again, what is the radius on a hooded lantern, please, Marble?
God, I should have read this before. 30.
30? Boom.
Yeah.
You light up your lantern and head out into the hall to meet Mocha. Give it a wider breadth of light to this sort of oddly circular shaped hallway. You see no sign of a shield anywhere. Whatever it was though, Mocha,
right.
It definitely went around this side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pull out my shield. And equip that. Yes, I have a regular shield. And I'm going to
let's just leave
light.
that one then.
I'm just going to cast light on that and hope that I can keep it this time.
Keep a firm grip this time.
Shall we split 3 into 2?
That one looks way better than that pot lid.
Well, it is cumbersome, but the pod lid, for whatever reason, made me feel much safer. Alas, I believe splitting up is not such a good advice, given
It's
that
a
this thing
circular
seems to
hallway.
reach out far.
All right then.
It might be.
Well then. Lead the way. I assume the rest will follow.
Oh, well, I suppose we better.
We all have to go.
If you want
No,
to
but
stay
you can stay
behind,
here
you
alone
can.
in the dark, why don't you?
Are you afraid of death?
Or lengthy appendages.
Can we use any other word, please?
I don't know what you
Long
mean.
protuberances.
Okay, never mind. Back to the old words.
I believe I see the stairs. Could it be that the perpetrator has left that way?
Mocha, since you're getting closer and closer, roll me another perception.
Okay. 14.
Okay, great. You hear a clattering sound coming from up the stairs, as though your pot lid is being dragged up them. It sounds as though like you just catch the sound of like the last couple of them as they go up the final set of stairs. It seems.
Ooh, upwards. Okay. So does the staircase only lead up this time, or does it lead
Staircase-
up and down?
The staircase is only leading up right now.
Okay.
You had been pretty sure
they'll
that
sort
like
of-
this is the staircase that you'd come down earlier, but when you guys walked into the room for the first time, you did hear a mechanical sound on the outside part of this ring. So it's unsure exactly whether or not you have moved floors, so to speak. But Marble was right, and that the door had to be closed before whenever you made that change.
Okay. In that case, I'll sort of step into the room with the staircase and peer up to see if I can spot anything up the ways.
Sure. I'm not gonna make you roll for this because as you look up, you realise that the stairs here are. When you guys came down here, you came down from that pit, that crater, and as you look up now, you realise that the stairs are much shorter because you can already see light at the top. You can see a sort of purplish
Light?
hued light coming from somewhere up above.
A purplish light. Okay. So not the light of my shield then, but well, that wouldn't be lit up anyway because I lit up my new shield actually. So yeah, I'll take my first couple of steps and sort of make my way up the stairs.
Sure. What about the rest of you? Are you following M.O.C.H.A up?
Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
A nice distance, please.
How many steps behind exactly?
Enough.
Would it not be a smart idea to let the ones who need to sleep and eat do that before we go chasing this monster? You gotta be feeling tired now. You did a lot of steps and your body breaks down after those, don't they?
I'm not tired. You're tired.
You had that rest before we killed the thing. The thing.
Okie dokie.
I mean, Meryl does look very tired, to be fair.
Do I?
Oh,
That
that's
must
just
be my eye
your-
bags.
Yeah, just your eye bags.
So M.O.C.H.A,
Doing everything to get rid of him.
as the rest of your team bicker as they make their way up the stairs, you get up pretty sharply. And as you approach the top, you hear something grinding or sliding, like rock being forced against rock in a not so subtle way. But once you arrive, you see. Oh my god, so loud. Turn down. Turn down. Okay.
It sounds like
sorry.
fireflies.
You not believe your eyes. So, M.O.C.H.A, you realise that just about 10 feet away from the stairs, your shield is just lying perfectly like here on the ground. You're right in saying that there is no light source on it anymore. But you feel somewhat as though you've been here before. You look around on all means, and it looks as though you're at the top of the tower again.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's strange. But I assume if I look upward to the sky, it looks nothing like the beautiful night sky that I'm
And
so
you
used
would-
to.
What a good guess that was, because as you peer upwards, you can see the sort of pinkish, purplish, swirling skyscape of the black desert that you had just left. Though, it's hard to explain, but as you come up here, you feel a sense of like fresh air almost. Something that was kind of absent in the desert itself. You felt that sort of acrid, kind of like lilting, weird sort of smell that was in the air. Whereas up here, it feels nice, pleasant almost. The lightning overhead also doesn't seem aggressive or violent. If anything, the storm seems to be completely untouched. Like the wind that seems to sort of bluster around doesn't ever seem to like break the barrier of the tower itself. You can see particles in the air sort of sweeping around, but it doesn't seem as though by any means you ever get any. It doesn't seem to impact you in any meaningful way. If anything,
It's like we're in
it feels
stasis,
oddly,
like in a snow globe.
Yeah, you feel weirdly safe.
Okay. I'll take another look around just to see if there's any immediate danger, but quick as I can, I'll lunge for my shield, pick it up, stow the other one, and recast light on my precious pot lid.
Sure. So you light up your pot lid again.
Does it look in any way damaged or
No.
marked in any way from
It
being
looks
grabbed?
it looks perfectly fine. I guess one thing you might ever so slightly notice is that it's slightly damp around where it was sort of grabbed from you. Like ever so slightly wet. And if you touch it, it doesn't feel like water. It's not as thin as that. It's a little bit thicker, a little bit goopier almost.
Okay. Does that resemble any other liquid I've ever seen?
Roll me a medicine check.
Okay.
This guy loves looking at liquids.
Roll.
Does level liquid.
That's an
definitely-
11.
I would definitely say it's not an artificial liquid. It's kind of slimy, sticky, almost like your best guess would maybe be saliva, but it's hard to tell exactly for sure.
Yeah.
This is odd.
It is very odd indeed. It appears something has been, well, slobbering all over my pot lid. Until I kind of wipe it on his apron.
The thing with the enlarged appendage, I presume.
Well, yes, it appeared similarly to what Meryl had described, but much vaster in scale. Large enough to grab my shield and stay without, outside of my vision, as it did. How could it so suddenly and quickly disappear?
I suppose Marble will just like kind of walk to the edge and see if they can see out over this.
Sure. So, okay, just to sort of finish that thought for you. You can't gauge this for sure, right? But you almost feel, ever so slightly, as though you had been kind of guided here. As though someone wanted you to see this place almost. Like, the fact that your shield is completely unharmed, the fact that you didn't really take any damage, other than maybe a little bit of a fright from having something stolen from you so suddenly. You get the impression there's almost like no ill intent, so to speak, from the way that like your shield was left there. You don't feel like you're laying in wait for an ambush or a trap. Nothing about the air up here feels cautionary, or I think you feel somewhat relaxed. But Marble, as you take a few paces over and peer over the edge, something becomes abundantly clear to you. This is much, much taller than the tower ever was. You peer over and you can see the vast empty landscape of the Black Desert. You can still see crystals on the ground and black sand everywhere. You can see way off in the far middle distance the shapes of like bigger structures. But you look down and you are like way, way, way higher than the tower ever was. You estimate like if the tower is maybe about 100 feet tall, this is maybe 5 times that, maybe even more. It's like a sheer drop, like off the edge. You are really, really high up in the sky.
That is something. The rest of you can stop hiding. It seems safe.
Let's make sure Vanille's okay.
I'm fine, I was not hiding.
Of course not.
Just to clarify as well, like, this structure, the tower, was not actually in the desert when we were there, right? Because once we entered, the staircase just kind of disappeared behind us.
No, where it's almost like you were in a collapsed version of the tower where you had stepped out before. They seem to have these crystals grown on top of it. They seem to crush it under its weight after you left. This structure, this tower that you definitely know, 100% was not out there.
Right, okay. But based on what we can see from up here, can we sort of gauge where in relation to everything else in the Black Desert it is? Like all those bodies that have been strewn about, the monster out of the egg that we fought.
If you are close to those locations, it's hard to tell. Actually, that's not even necessarily true, right? You're actively keeping an eye out to see if you can see any locations that you're familiar with. And as you peer out over into this sort of, this landscape, it's almost like you're in a completely different area, like a completely different part of this Black Desert. As though you've somehow travelled to somewhere else in the midst of it. Nowhere near any of the other places, just out into the expanse. You can't even see any of the craters from up here either.
Right. Is there anything out there resembling a structure apart from the crystals below? I assume these little specks down here are like those large crystals we had seen up close. Is that how
some of them are?
How high up we are?
Not quite. Like some of it is just like the sand itself has got is sort of speckled with them, because like these crystals were everywhere all over the sand, right? like tiny little particles. And some of these are big, some of these are smaller, as you sort of peer out over this sort of landscape. Some of them are, like says, you are much higher, but like not that high that like they're tiny specks in the distance. You can still see them. They're just very much out of your breadth, out of your width.
Okay. And we don't see any structures that... Okay, yeah, that would resemble anything. No, we already asked that, sorry. Okay, is there anything else of note? Like, previously we had orientated ourselves based on the lightning. What's the situation there?
Sure, if you look up the lightning as well in the sky, it seems a bit more erratic. You watch that it, unlike before, it doesn't seem to be coming from like the same direction. It does just seem to randomly crack across the sky. You even hear the sound of lightning crack across the sky, like with the lightning flicker. But by no means is there any danger of it hitting you. Like I said, it almost seems to never be close enough to really meet you. Almost as if it's like much higher than you are, or almost as though, like you said before, like there's a sort of protective barrier almost covering you guys from any kind of danger.
Okay. And just looking down the side of the tower, do I see any sign of this creature, like, hanging on to the side or something like that?
Sure, if you take like a walk around the whole perimeter, it doesn't seem so.
This is safe? I don't... It's inexplicable considering what we saw here, but perhaps
it is
a place to come back to if we need.
I think so, yes. It is strange that whatever grabbed my shield, well, I wasn't really expecting it to give it up so easily.
Indeed.
But that's nice. Thankful, I guess, is what I would say I feel.
Vanille, you're magically inclined. I know some of you are able to find certain people or things. Do you have any talent in that?
It is one of my many talents. I suppose I could try.
If you're capable, perhaps if you know enough about this thing, you could quest for it.
To be totally honest, I suppose I am rather tired. Perhaps I could have a look after we have a rest?
If you need it.
I am very curious as to where the tower expects us to go from here. It appears not very safe to, well, descend on the outside. Are we supposed to go back to the room, perhaps?
I'd say so, yeah.
And maybe shut the door this time.
Yes. Activate the thing.
Little tower.
But if you are feeling peckish, then perhaps a rest is in order.
It might be wise. We don't know what's in store for us in the sea foam land it might take us to.
Before we go, is there anything on the roof that I could throw straight up?
You could give it a try. But say there's like loose debris almost from like brickwork. It's pretty solid, but I would say if you pick up a rock or a stone and like chuck it upwards, you just toss. You plan to just toss the stone into the air?
Yeah, because the lightning doesn't seem to be able to hit us. I want to see if anything can hit it from the other side as well. Is there like an invisible dome, or is it something that can be interacted with?
Sure. So what I'm going to say, Dawn, is roll me in athletics, right? And whatever number you roll, we will double it, and that is how high your stone or your rock goes, right? Dawn, you chuck the stone into the air, and immediately, like, you've misjudged it entirely, and it comes slamming into your face. And you're like, you take quite. You don't expect it to like come down quite so quickly, and boof, you hear it splatter into your face. As you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
My God,
What are you
what's that?
doing?
That just fell on you?
No one saw anything. Let's go downstairs.
We
Marvel cannot
absolutely
control
saw
their
it.
laughter.
I heard something. I heard a loud clanking sound.
I always make loud clanking sounds. Let's go.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
true, you
but
do.
that's beside the point.
Marble, can you also yeah, just Marble. Marble, can you roll me an Arcana check as well, please? Okay, fantastic. So, Marble, everywhere you have been in the tower so far, you have felt like a fog almost in your head, almost like a cloud of uncertainty. Like you find it very hard to focus your mind. Excuse me. You find it very hard to focus your mind. You found that obviously, like, fairies don't really need to sleep, but you need like a sense of clarity of mind. And so far, where else you've been, you felt like you felt like that clarity of mind wasn't quite there. But something about this place, this rooftop almost, the only place that is felt like familiar to the world that you once were a part of, the only part of this place that is sort of reminiscent of how you got to the tower in the first place, you feel that clarity of mind.
Yes, I agree we should rest. I'll say though, I'd like to move quickly once we do. I don't like waiting around.
All right.
I wonder what happens if we're not all in the room when we mess with the sticks.
Well, the structure in the middle requires all our hands simultaneously.
True.
Unfortunately, mine are not detachable.
I forgot about
Dawn's
that.
are.
And to be
Potentially.
perfectly honest, I would rather not be left alone.
Yes, and it could be bad for whoever's left outside. No reason to try it, I think. Unless we're desperate. The question is, if we meet one of these fates worse than death, does the activation protocol change?
Oh.
If we're missing someone.
I wouldn't like to think about that.
Yes, can we not?
Well then,
Alright.
Gonna give me nightmares.
Everyone's hands
I
are
don't
detachable.
dream, but thinking about it during waking moments is not much better.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Do you mean to set up camp up here then? Or would you prefer to choose the room below?
Here, feels better for me, at least.
I agree.
Very well.
It's decided then.
Great.
So
immediately, Mocha
making the executive
swings
decision. Making the executive decision for the group. It seems Marble and Vanille apparently take the majority. Take the majority.
Yeah, that looks to the matter.
So, what were you going to say, Mocha? What were you going to do?
Immediately, like, once the decision is made, because Mocha is very happy to comply, and, like, he doesn't really need a rest, but if people are wanting it, then he's happy to. He will set down his pack and immediately unpack some cooking supplies, and just begin sort of working away. He's got, like, a little tinder box, so he's making a little bit of a campfire, trying to work on something.
Sure. Are you claiming a specific zone of this like sort of top half area, or are you all just kind of sitting together?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
If you guys would like, then
I
move your
suppose-
tokens to where you think you would be likely to set yourself up.
Closest area?
How far away can I get from everyone else?
You can go wherever you want on this rooftop. You feel that sense of security and
Fantastic.
safety everywhere up here.
Meryl's smoothly
first,
unpacking her bedroll that she still has.
For that.
Sleep well. Don't let these tentacles bite.
I think anyone got rid of their bedroll.
I think
So,
I might have.
I have it.
I don't need one.
Like, I don't need one, but you know, it's for moral support. A lot of the things I carry, I realize, are for moral support. I even have a full-on tent, actually.
Yeah,
But I don't think setting that up that's a bit excessive.
you do not need to, but you absolutely can. For what it's worth, the air out here is ambient. So it's not quite dark, it's not quite light, it's almost like a permanent twilight. It's a little bit dim, but just a little bit pleasant. Even the sounds of the lightning are like never disruptive, they're almost calming. They have a sort of gentleness that seems kind of odd, but part of this open air up here takes the edge off of it. Like, they never seem to come by surprise. It's almost like they come exactly when you would expect them to be. And even the sudden flare across the sky is so subtle, it's there for a moment and gone again, that you almost begin to tune it out and just hear the sounds of that sort of gentle breeze, that wind that sort of goes all by. And is the plan for everybody to take a long rest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I do have one
Right.
thing I'd like to do though.
That's fine. There's
I
a
think
couple of things I'm gonna
couple of us
prod
do.
everybody on something.
Okay.
But is there something in particular you want to do, Vanille, before we get started?
Yes. She's gonna immediately get out her books, specifically the ones that she uses for writing down music, and she's gonna attempt to transcribe the song she's heard earlier when they were
Sure
in the
thing.
desert.
Mm.
So I'm just checking something. Yeah,
I
you're.
just realized that that the first
Yes?
rule is part of our feats now. Oh no.
It sure
Told
is.
that during the session.
Well, you worked for that during the session.
Sorry.
I didn't realize it was. I didn't realize it was in there, like fixed.
It sure is.
Okay.
So,
no.
obviously a long rest means that, like, obviously you spend some time sleeping. But there is something I would like for everybody to, before everybody sort of settles down for like an actual sort of sleep, as it would be. I want to have a moment with everybody, like one-on-one. No one necessarily has to leave in order to do this. So I would like to ask you guys, would someone like to volunteer, or otherwise I have an order laid out for the way that I'm going to do things. Going
We
once,
love
going
order.
twice. Okay, great, order it is. And as that happens, Vanille, you are up first.
Oh, classic. Okay.
So, Vanille. Everybody wouldn't mind, take a moment and mute yourselves. And I shall be closing your windows. It's just us now, girl. So, Vanille.
Oh.
You spend some time, I'm guessing you empty out your bag, and like if you have a bedroll and stuff, you sort of set yourself up and create yourself like a little private zone. Do you still have a tent? Do you set up anything like that? Is there anything in your inventory that you put out to give yourself a little bit?
She wouldn't like set up the tent conventionally. Like she would like put it up like as like half, so it'd be like a
You've got
barrier
like a
kind
back
of thing.
cover. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
acoustics reasons, I guess.
That's totally fair. It's still pretty sweet. If someone starts to approach you, you'll be able to hear them. Okay, so you begin setting up your tent. And you begin your sort of transcription of this tune. You're so sure as you're sort of writing the actual notes down and thinking to yourself what the rhythm and the beat is, that you feel as though you've heard this song before. You could touch on it before, that you were so sure you'd heard of it before. But what I would like you to do is, as you're sort of taking note of this and strumming away on your lyre, could you roll me a performance check?
I can certainly try. try is the keyword.
Yeah, that's right. Take your time. I know that you're currently undergoing some computer problems. Excuse me.
I got a 20. It's just not popped up yet.
Oh, right. Of course. Oh my god, of course. Oh my god, you did!
No, I'm not joking.
So Vanille, as you play away, you begin to recognise this song more and more. And you realise that the tune is, although it's not necessarily your shtick or your kind of thing, you've studied a whole range from the classics. You've heard all types of music, especially from your own rehearsals, your practice, and your time in the songbooks, and even just from your experiences with other people. And you realise that the tune is kind of like an old hymnal, right? It's definitely of a religious nature. You're pretty sure that it's not designed to have like actual lyrics, and mostly to be sang in like a sort of like operatic chorus almost. Like the kind of thing you would hear like at a mass, where everyone is singing like in harmony, or at the very least like together. That kind of creates the sound of this that's sort of designed to have an accompaniment. But it also has like a sort of folksy beat to it. And you realise quite quickly that it seems as though this song, based on your knowledge of the world and what you've experienced before, is that this song is played by those who live in the Meridian Wastes. The Meridian Wastes is kind of typically known as a sort of wasteland, a dangerous place to be. But this song is from like a sort of faded past, a time when it wasn't quite as bad as it is just now, before industry had really taken over and began to like use the resources that exist up there. And you're even pretty sure, with enough thinking, that you've heard this being like part of some kind of religious ceremony from somewhere close to Winstead, a place off on the west side. Although it doesn't have much significance to you, it's very much abundantly clear that this isn't just some random like tune or rhythm or whatever. This is a very specific song. This is like a sort of folksy sort of religiously tuned song or theme. Something about hardship, about difficult times, about struggling to survive in a dangerous place. It's about community, it's about survival, and it's about thriving, even under such hard and difficult conditions. But in touch of all that, it also has something to do with loss, about feeling a sense of history being gone. And you remember seeing, like, these kind of songs are often tuned with that kind of vibe, essentially. But something about this feels very heartfelt, very special, as though it belonged to someone, as though it meant something to someone.
Well, someone here has some taste, I suppose.
I suppose you're right, girl. If I be so bold, that's a song of a person, not a creature. It's cultured, refined. Something about it is familiar to me. Do you sense it too?
Only from books. I can't say I've heard it played.
Interesting.
But you recognize it?
I've been part of this world for a long time. Many have come and gone. I'm not usually one for the religious types. But I suppose it does ring some earnesty of truth.
How strange that we find it here then. I suppose this place is rather old. Makes sense.
But not that old.
And like as those words come off, your lyre sort of slips from your hands and sort of springs like out in front of you. You're definitely on your own. You feel safe. And she glides in front of you.
Then such an oddity it may be. This isn't the sounds of something old and forgotten, but rather something present, something still here.
How strange, I suppose. If I committed it to memory, maybe playing it could help us?
I doubt it. Something like that is beneath you, girl. You must attune yourself to finer arts. I can already sense there's something greater within. Something is waiting for you, deeper inside. But we're not quite there yet.
Maybe not, but it doesn't hurt to practice.
Splendid. How I love to hear you say such things. What a keen ear you have still. You picked out that tune with little more than a rhythm and some notes.
I suppose, thank you.
Don't downplay yourself, girl. You're exquisite. And you're barely begun. Think of where you may be in a short time. That song is one of sadness and loss. One of forgotten. It meant something to someone. Music speaks to people in a way sometimes not everyone can understand. You should know that yourself.
Loss, like those strange marble-like objects. It must be connected?
I suppose you could be correct. Those oddities you picked up, they were born of death, of loss. That song, forlorn though it may be, someone continued to cling to it, perhaps even after death.
It's tragic.
You have such sympathy still. A good heart, I see it too. But don't lose sight of yourself. Your journey is just beginning after all.
I don't plan to.
Come, play some notes. Let's hear you get a few bars in before sleep should take you. I want to assure that you are rested for what is to come. And I suppose I have a small gift of power to give you. This place, it fills me with such effervescence, power almost. Take it as a stipend, a gift from me to you. We are a team, after all.
Well, if you could, I suppose I would not say no.
You may go to level 3. Yippee!
Woo!
So very quickly, just as fast as she'd appeared, Ms. gently sort of floats down to the ground. Her appendages turn into rope once more, and the eyes blinker shut with on the lyre. And suddenly, you've just got a normal lyre once more. Is there anything else you would like to do with your long rest?
No.
Okay,
Other than
great.
just maybe writing some of our own songs, but nothing she'd
That's fine.
try too hard.
Rest.
You take a few
And
hours.
then go to sleep.
You take a few hours and then you go to sleep. Okay, right. In that case, Vanille, if you wouldn't mind, get yourself muted away as we move on to our next friendo. So let me just do this quickly. Pow. Sound effects. There you go, guys. I'm actually very good at that. There you go. So next up, Marble. As you settle down and get into a comfortable position with your legs crossed and your eyes closed, you experience something new. For the first time, especially since your time here, you feel that rest. You want to sort of connect to your self almost. In the same way as you always do, your mind is sort of connects seemingly to like you feel yourself sort of fade off as your head goes into sleep. Yet you find yourself very briefly interrupted as suddenly a pain shoots through you. A pain that you've never felt before or understood. Something you've never had. Like a burning in your chest, a hollowness almost, an emptiness. You sort of reach for your chest, and for a minute you're almost doubled over in pain. And as the pain begins to subside, and your hand sort of holds onto your chest still, your body feels stiff, dry almost. It feels a little bit like as if you've been sitting in the same position for like a really, really long time, and then like you stand up and all your limbs feel a bit restless and a bit sore. You feel a little bit out of tune with yourself, something that you're not entirely sure what to make of.
Yeah, they'll sort of like shrug. And is this just as they're about to rest?
Consider this part of your... You will still get a long rest. This is just sort of part of your long rest.
Yeah,
but
okay.
Was there something you wanted to do?
No, they just sort of like shrug, and furries are pretty in tune with their body. Can they tell that anything's wrong?
I would say you're definitely able to tell something is wrong. To any other creature...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, no.
To any other creature, such a sudden influx in such a way might be considered like a hunger. But you've never felt hungry before. At least not until today. Something definitely feels wrong. Something about your body feels out of tune. And like you say, fairies are very in tune with themselves. You often have like a full extent of like where everything is, but something feels empty on the inside. Like a part of you is physically missing. As though like you literally have a hole in your chest or like a gap somewhere. You shouldn't have a gap. You're dense, you're made of solid crystal, you are hard all the way through. By no means should you be hollow. And yet you still feel that way.
Yeah. I think it sort of affirms to them that like sense of urgency. They don't want to wait around here, and they'll allow them to rest because they know that humans need it, but they feel like they're wasting their time a little.
Yeah, time is ticking. But as this pain instills in you, you do feel a sense of power almost in the same vein. As though you've lost tune with yourself, but something else is seemingly attuning to you. Like something is reaching out on the inside. Something wants to be a part of you. Marble, one whole day has passed. You know what that means. Maybe you as a character don't quite know, but you as a player know, right? You also gain a level. You are now 3rd level. Is there anything else you would like to do with your long rest?
I suppose they take a lot shorter of a rest than people, so with the extra couple hours they have, they'll probably just take a look around of where they can go. They'll scan like the edges of the tower. They'll do a more like in-depth sort of look around the place. They'll look downstairs as well, see if there's anything different down there. But unless that turns up anything, no.
In that case, right, there's something I'm going to do. What I'm going to do then is I'll start with you. I'll go back to Vanille and I'll continue with everybody else, and I'll do it in that way, right? So, Marble, when you actually go to sleep, sleep for fairies is a bit of a strange thing because it's almost like it is definitely like a form of sleep. As you feel your head sort of fade away into dreaming, and as you fade away into this dream, a moment begins to sort of fill out. It's not like a dream in the sense of like your mind almost seems to conjure images or something, or you imagine something into existence. No, it's not quite like that. Instead, this is very, very specific. Like, you're a spectator watching yourself, but not quite you. Everything else in this scene, everyone else that you can see in this moment, is cast entirely in hard contrast, completely white, completely black. You just see almost like shapes of people. The backgrounds of these moments are sort of faded grey and black, but the people are almost in between. The only thing that is in full focus is you. It's like you're a spectator of your own memory. Like someone was watching you and you're seeing what they saw in you. And you can't really hear any of the words, but you do watch the scene. And to you, you know what happened in this moment. This echo sort of builds in your head. Marble, what I would like for you to do is tell me about a moment, perhaps the very first time in your life, whether it was a long, long time ago or very recently, that you felt fulfilled.
Yeah, it was probably shortly after they arrived in Little White Book. They became a pretty prominent figure, and it was probably first when they felt that sense of fame and sense of importance on becoming this representative. They felt that meant something, and they liked that people liked them almost.
You see a scene of yourself surrounded in camaraderie as people looked up to you. You felt important, you felt special. You are important and you are special, after all, it only makes sense. But perhaps that was the first time, as you say, that you felt a fulfillment in that. That you felt like you really connected to other people in a way that you hadn't quite connected to before. You felt in charge, and people wanted you to guide them, to lead them. And then you would have come to after this dream, as everybody else around you sort of continued to snooze away. I did a bit of a once round. Is there anything you're particularly looking for with your once round, Marble?
They're probably looking for this creature again, or anything alive, really. Are there like rodents and stuff on Avanfall? Are there, general vermin?
They are very, very different from place to place. None of them are small in any meaningful way. Vermin are a pretty deadly, dangerous thing. But what I'd like to do is roll me one solitary investigation check.
Well then.
And you better roll high. Well, you look around, right? You're really scouting to see what you can find. You even look where, you saw where M.O.C.H.'s shield was, and you look around there, and the brickwork here is so solid. You trace around to see if any of them are loose or move around a little, but it all seems completely compact. There's no chance of a shake. Nothing seems to break loose at all in the slightest. You get the impression that whatever it was, it's long gone. You're not even sure what you're looking for. It's not as if you have a clue or anything like that. You don't even find any goop or saliva or anything. You just feel kind of at a loss on exactly what you're looking for. But is there anything else you would like to do with your long rest?
I think that's all for now.
Okay. Right, if you wouldn't mind muting yourself. Vanille, I'm going to just very, very quickly go back to you, just because, in the same vein as Marble, I would like you to tell me a moment, as you fade your mind off into a world of dreaming. Please tell me about a moment, like I said before, it could be the very first time, or it could be a fairly recent time when Vanille felt a sense of fulfillment. Again, this memory is almost like she's in the eyes of someone else watching her. She's the only person in focus, and everything else is just silhouettes cast in white and black. What do you see in this scene?
Okay. So it was back when she was working at the shop back home. And it was a particularly long shift. Like every time she tapped the clock, time just was not moving. And the whole time, she was having to listen to a rather poorly playing busker outside of the store. He only knew about 2 songs, neither of which he could play particularly well. And he played them nearly every day. And today it was particularly grating. She found herself driven a little bit too far by the monotony of it all. Went outside and took the violin out of his hands and hit him over the head with it. And that was very fulfilling.
You remember that moment because it awoke something in you. That moment felt fulfilling because you felt like you did the right thing. You got rid of some low-tier, garbage-ass musician. You feel better to have put that guy to rest. Because in that same moment, a question arose in your mind. Something else should fill that gap. Something better than silence. And in that moment of fulfillment, maybe you were right. Thank you, Vanille. I'm going to move to the next one. Let me just do this. Right, M.O.C.H.A, you'll be up next. I'm just setting myself up correctly. Alright. So M.O.C.H.A, as you settle down for your long rest, you picked up quite a lot. You're the person that picked up quite a lot of the objects and items that were like found in the Black Desert. You remember seeing like a whole list of them? Do you remember what they were?
List.
If you don't, that's perfectly fine, but I just thought I'd ask you.
I don't remember in detail. Like, I remember most of the items. I'm not sure which ones I have. Like the photograph, the mixer, sort of drinks shaker, all those items.
That's fine. So, you think back to those items as you're sort of like setting up your little campfire, and you think about how each of those definitely represented a person. People have been coming here for a long time. And the same way that you guys are, they had beloved artifacts and items. They had things that belonged to them and meant something to them. They had whole parts of themselves that they took with them to this place. And you remember that you have a goal. There's a person that's here, or was here, who mattered a lot to you, mattered so much, yet you didn't even actually get the chance to meet them. You learned about them only through stories and tales, never directly. And as you think back to all of the items that were uncovered, one of them that for a moment felt fleeting, like you never really thought twice about it. But as you think back on it, you realize you never picked it up. And maybe you're just misremembering. Maybe you're not super sure. but you remember seeing a set of glasses, small sort of pince-nez, is that what they're called? Like those really, really small sort of circular glasses, that sort of dangle on the edge of a chin, or on the edge of a nose even, sorry, not chin, at the edge of someone's nose. And you remember the way that she would describe him, and his dinky wee glasses that he always put on whenever he had to investigate something more thoroughly. He didn't ever commit to wearing glasses full time, he only ever wore them when he needed them. At least, that's how she always painted it. Whether they were his or not, you don't know. But as you consider and think about it, it could have been a clue.
Alright, I suppose that's worth a second look. In any case.
I mean, you're long gone now. You definitely get the impression you can return back there.
Ooh.
But is there anything in particular you want to do with your downtime as you're sort of mulling over these thoughts?
Well, for the most part, M.O.C.H.A would probably be sitting around, setting up his little cooking station and preparing a meal, even though he hasn't really gauged if anyone wants to eat or not yet. It's something to preoccupy his mind with, to sort of give him comfort, something that he's good at, something that he's done for almost all his life, something that feels familiar in this very strange place. But sort of halfway through, something occurs to him that does bother him, which is that back home in the shop, he used to have all the necessary machines and supplies that he needed, and while he took with him most of what he would need, there is a function built in, well, into him, that hasn't worked for a couple of months, which is his baking function. And not knowing anyone who's like technically inclined enough to fix it, he kind of just left it like that. He had all the supplies he needed after all, but now that he's out here, he's sorely lacking the ability to fire up his oven. So I suppose he, close to like before shutting down for the night, he would maybe consult some of the other party members, primarily Dawn, who seems to have a lot of experience with like self-repairs, if that makes sense.
That's fine. So
to try and see if he can be restored.
Dawn sits nearby you, by the way, like she kind of settled down like just next to the staircase. So feel free to approach her. What do you intend on doing as you think about your oven and you sort of put your hand on your belly and you consider like maybe now's the time to see if you can get this thing working again.
Yeah.
So I'll pass it off to you. What do you want to do?
Sure. So M.O.C.H.A, you know, the way he's built, he can't exactly look down at himself. So he would probably, after like preparing the meal and just kind of setting it there, he would get up and walk over to Dawn, to like sort of wave his hand at her to get her attention, and just kind of awkwardly begin the conversation with
yeah, so
hello.
Dolpher, you see M.O.C.H.A kind of like, you can tell that he's like working himself up to like go over and talk to you, and he sort of, you can tell that he just kind of goes, fuck it, and he stands up and sort of awkwardly approaches you, and I'll pass it off to you again, M.O.C.H.A.
Yeah. I am sorry to bother you, but perhaps you would be so kind to assist me in a very personal matter. You see, one of my primary functions is not working properly. I used to be able to produce baked goods from, well, within my oven. It has broken down a little while back. If you would perhaps be so kind to have a look. I'm not sure I could even look at it properly, nor would I know what I am looking at. It is quite complicated.
Have a look. Yeah, I've never done anything with an oven before, but we're all built on the same foundation. I'm sure it can't be that complicated. Dawn,
Splendid.
I do have some smith's tools with me. Open up. Let me have a look.
M.O.C.H.A just sits on the ground in front of you, and puts the apron, holds it, puts it to the side, and then, just opens up the oven part, and it looks almost like he's halfway shutting down. He's like he's powering down. To sit perfectly still.
Yeah, Dawn will go and stick her head right in and try and figure out how you work, I suppose.
So Dawn, roll me a technology check, please.
2 seconds, I'll check something.
You feel almost kind of pleasantly surprised that Mocha entrusts something like this to you. It's not as if you guys are like super close or besties, but clearly he's tried to reach out and connect with someone, maybe someone a little bit like him, which is brand new for you. You've never quite met another mecha before. What were you saying?
Does M.O.C.H.A count as a bizarre artifact by any chance?
Nice try.
I'm not that old!
Why am I rolling twice for everything? What has happened here?
I'm gonna give you advantage on this because Mocha has told you what the problem is.
You might have 2 tabs.
I would also
20 open.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I know I'm a bit late to the party, but can I also throw in a follow the recipe there?
Yeah, sure, on you go. That's a guidance, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So here, you're literally following his recipe as he gives you some instructions. Okay, 10 is what I needed you to get, so I was really worried for a minute there, but it's fine. So, Dawn, you begin poking around inside, and you realise that it's not a case of anything is broken, and rather than just a few things that are on the inside at the very, very back of him have kind of come slightly loose and kind of come undone. You can tell that he's very well made on the inside. He's very very dense. As you kind of root around inside his belly, you realise that he's actually very unlike yourself, who is somewhat flimsy and very easily broken. M.O.C.H.A is quite well built. None of his parts come loose easily, but you get the impression that due to some natural wear and tear, that his interior has sort of come a little bit loose. And all it takes is a little bit of force. And luckily for you, you have 4 hands, so you're able to hold things in place and move other parts around. And suddenly, M.O.C.H.A, you feel a click. Your eyes sort of flush red for a moment and then go back to their natural colour. As you feel as though your oven has finally started working again. Poor Marlene, she didn't really ever know how to fix you if anything went wrong, so it was kind of down to you to keep yourself maintained, but unfortunately, in a situation like this, you just don't really have the room to bend to really look inside yourself like this. And thankfully you have someone like Dawn who is given a little bit of her time, and a little bit of her expertise to give you some assistance.
You got some good wires in you.
Thank
Good
you.
quality.
And thank you very kindly. And thank you so much for assisting. I believe everything is back in working order. I would like to try it now, but it is quite late. Alas, yes, my construction is very sturdy. My, creator was very keen on making sure that I stay around for a very long time. Alas, I can't say that I have met another mecha before.
I've never met a working mecha before besides me, so it's cool seeing how different we are.
It is quite refreshing. What, if you don't mind me asking, what purpose were you built for?
I was built to come here. I was made to come to the tower. Doesn't look like it, but it's what I was made for.
I don't mean to be rude, but it appears unto me that your creators would have made you more sturdy for a task so dangerous.
They didn't know what they were doing. They'd heard about M.O.C.H.A and they figured they'd give it a shot, and I somehow happened. And they didn't want to risk breaking me too much by trying to make changes.
That's understandable. Well, it seems a very fortunate, happy little accident that you came to be. This adventure would be surely a lot more difficult were you not around.
I'm sure
Especially-
someone would have stuck their head in your oven. Nice and warm in there.
I would not have liked to ask Vanille. She seems rather hesitant to interact with us.
She's also pretty burnable.
Oh, I suppose that is correct. Alas, I don't intend on burning anyone.
I suppose Meryl would dry out if you were to turn on and she was doing that job, so
I suppose, had you not been so kind, Meryl would be the second person in line, which I would have asked for help. I am glad it worked on the first try.
this is a really intrusive thought, but would Meryl be able to fit inside your oven hole?
No.
You know, you can, like, get
I
a
don't think
machine.
so. Like, M.O.C.H.A is... I think they're about the same height, even. Meryl and M.O.C.H.A.
You know, if you
Correct
take
me if I'm
the
wrong, I
trays
think-
out.
Okay. Not to give it away, I think the answer is no. But there is a siren trait that Meryl might have that, in theory, might make that possible. Food for thought. Food for thought.
I had to ask about that. I'm sorry.
Let's turn back to food for food.
You know,
Um,
maybe there's a reason that there was 2 M.O.C.H.A brought along on this trip, especially the first 2 M.O.C.H.A to ever come to the tower.
It appears quite strange, particularly if your creators built you for this purpose. They must have been aware that M.O.C.H.A could be selected, despite on all 3 previous expeditions that not being the case.
I think they didn't know, but they just hoped and kind of wanted me out of the way, I think. But, you know, once I was made, all they could do was hope that maybe it was just bad chance that M.O.C.H.A never went. And I suppose it was.
I suppose it is up to us now to show that we can make the difference.
Yeah. We're more than a box of scraps.
Precisely. Well, anyway, thank you very much for assisting me. I shall go inform the others that the meal is prepared. I know you have no need for it, but you are welcome to sit with us regardless.
I'll join you in a little bit. I gotta do some tinkering of my own on myself.
Let me know if I can be of assistance. I'm afraid I have no exceptional knowledge in the topic, but a second pair of eyes can be, well, all the help you need.
Yeah, good thing I don't need an extra set of hands, hey?
Haha. That is very clever. I wonder how you, well, would perform in a kitchen. You could roll out so many doughs at once.
I wouldn't trust myself around human food. It'd be too
It
easy
is
to do something.
just like themselves, quite delicate.
You know, it'd be very easy to accidentally give someone food poisoning. Accidentally.
Oh, not when you know the proper methods. I'll just post that up there.
So-
Mo.C.H.A does very well know how to season. But yeah, with that, like, eventually he'd make the rounds to try and gather people and excite them for the food he made. Whether they want to join or not, he'll be back at the campfire at the end of the day and just shut off.
So-
eventually.
That's fine. So you, just for what it's worth, that's part of your you've got a feature, is that right? That lets you do something with this?
Well, I have the chef's feat, but also, since I am now fixed up, I have my baking function back, which does indeed allow me to bake something. I believe both of those are best used during a long rest, however. Short rest, sorry.
Okay. I just want to make
yes,
sure you're not doing
chef's
anything with
feat.
it.
Oh yeah, no, not yet, but the time will come.
Okay. So, M.O.C.H.A. Having a rather pleasant interaction with Dawn that you weren't really expected to have, you guys had a sense of camaraderie between the two of you. You also get the impression, like, Dawn brushed off a lot of the things you were saying, a lot of the implications of, like, how she was built and how she stands here today, the way that she's made. She definitely brushed you off a little bit. And there was something about, maybe you were prying a little bit too much, or maybe she was just eager to dodge some of those questions, but there was something a little bit sad about the way that she seemed to sit on those thoughts. And as you cook up some scran for the rest of the team, and then get yourself into like a sort of stationary position to recharge, for the first time in your life, you find your mind kind of drifts off, like getting lost in like a thought, like a train of thought that takes over you, like a daydream almost. Something you've probably experienced to an extent, but never quite like this. You find your mind kind of slip away. And then in the same vein as I have asked of everybody else, you find yourself being watched almost. Like the eyes of a spectator, watching a key point of your life, a part wherein you feel a sense of fulfillment. The entire scene is cast as sort of high contrast, whites and blacks, just silhouettes, with only you being the thing in focus. Could you give us a minute and tell us about a moment you felt fulfilled? The first moment that you felt fulfilled.
The very first moment. I suppose M.O.C.H.A would have felt fulfilled the first time that he was standing in the kitchen, not at the shop, but at home. His home and Marlene's. And they were cooking together, creating something, and it's the first time that he sort of did something completely on his own, without her instructions. Perhaps during a time when she was not feeling well, but it was the day that she opened up to him about her family up to that point, about Adrian, her husband, who had left to go to the tower and never returned. And also about her son, who created M.O.C.H.A. People that he didn't know at all, or knew only in passing. But that was the first time he felt like he was part of the family, being introduced to its members and its history, and the love that still lingers in the household, and yeah, he felt appreciated. He felt he was doing exactly what he was created for, being a companion. And he felt quite fulfilled.
Finding a sense of fulfillment in a family that had invited you to be a part of it. It was just you and Marlene for the most part. Pretty much all of your life. And although she always treated you as the way one might a person, you will always remember the first time wherein she gave you the chance to, or rather you took the chance, you made your own opportunity in order to do something for her. And in turn she opened up to you. Things were a bit tense to begin with after you've been built. Especially after Max had kind of set you up, you were suddenly a new appliance. And it wasn't as though Marlene was cold at first, but she wasn't ready for you. I remember the first time that you remember after doing that, and the way that she looked at you and smiled. That fulfillment still sits with you. And you look at your own face, as devoid of emotion as it might be in this sort of scene that you watch. You know how it felt. And in this moment, you're getting on the pause, because we're moving to Meryl. Meryl, first things first, is there anything you want to do with your long rest?
Yeah, Meryl is just going to be like basically writing a detailed report of like basically everything that's happened since they left off. She's just scribbling away.
So you're sitting scribbling away on your notepad, and now that you're up here in the clear, you feel like your head is cleared as well. Clear to the point as you're sort of like you're back up against one of the walls and the sort of thunder overhead. You feel like you're in you feel a sense of adventure. You've been on some wild and weird times in your life, but never something that felt as important as this. This, unlike many other times in your life, felt like progress almost. Like you're on your way to something bigger, like you're on the way to something new, something better. But you also realise as you sit up here with a clear head, something subtle prods at your head. You realise, although you're not quite sure where or from whom, all Siren, infamously, have psychic abilities. Some are different depending on the kind of person that you are, but you have a sort of innate ability to detect when other psychic creatures are nearby. And as you sit here writing your journal, to call it feeling watched isn't right. You feel like just out of your range, just out of your grasp, so to speak, something else with just as much psychic ability as you observes you. Something connects to you, but just almost like you've got like half a bar of Wi-Fi, you know? There's not quite a lot of overlap. And maybe you're being superstitious. Maybe there's not actually anything there. People constantly accuse Siren of being like making shit up or saying things for attention. But you know that's not true. You definitely feel something, but what it is you feel, it's hard to put your finger on it.
I think as she's feeling this, she like kind of stops writing for a minute and like sits up, and her eyes kind of focus on the middle distance as she's trying to, like within her mind, be like, what the hell is that?
Roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh. Saving throw.
Alright.
Whoa.
With your 22, Meryl, you feel, and to call it you feel is unfair because it's not your feeling, it's almost like someone else's feeling. You feel a little bit of someone else, like almost like their emotions are prodding a little bit into your mind. That same entity, or maybe it's many entities, it's really hard to say. It definitely feels like it's stronger than one person. At least stronger than an average siren would be. But you feel a sense of excitement. Almost like, and again, because you rolled really well, I'm going to give you this. Almost as though they were excited that you were excited. They felt joy with the fact that you were writing something down and you felt like you were getting somewhere. Like they felt like your win was their win almost. Like you're both on the same team and you feeling like you're getting something done and you're really going to write this book and you've got your notes ready and you're thinking about all the stuff that's went on so far. Someone seems to want to meet that energy within you. And they kind of do. But it's not exactly sure what it is or where it's coming from. You don't feel spied on either. It's not like an unpleasant feeling. It's not like someone's trying to get into your head or change your opinion or your thoughts about something, but rather that they are celebrating you, feeling like you're getting a win. Feels like someone is in your corner. Something, maybe, is in your corner.
Interesting. She feels that and she writes she flicks over to a different page where there's just random notes and she writes down psychic presence ? And circles it.
You again you feel a smile kind of creep onto your face, almost as though someone else is smiling that you've written that. There's a joy, there's a friendliness, but it's still distant, scared to make the jump. And only up here is the first time you've felt it.
I think after feeling that again, she adds nice psychic presence in front of it.
That's
goes
good.
back to writing.
You get back to writing. And so Meryl, eventually, is there anything you want to do with your long rest?
That's all.
That's all. Okay, so Meryl, what I would like you to do is, as you go to sleep, you feel your mind slip away into a thought or a memory almost. In the same vein as everybody else. Everybody in this world is cast in silhouettes in white and black, but you remain in focus, and I would like you to tell me about the first time that you felt fulfilled.
I think it was one of her first gigs at Blue Sky's travel magazine. She was doing a report on this nice kind of rural village, and she wrote a piece about this coffee shop, and a few weeks later she got sent a gift basket to the office, and they wrote to her saying this is the best month we've ever had for business. And it was the first time she realized oh, I can actually make a difference in people's lives by writing.
And it's true. Words are very powerful things, and sometimes all it takes is a little bit of a recommendation. And when you had written when you'd written that review, you never thought too much about it. You were doing it for this magazine job that was kind of oh sure, great, happy to be doing it, but not exactly your dream gig. And you kind of thought that job was just a temporary thing, just something to pass the time, to fulfill the tides of monotony. But yet, you made a difference. A difference to someone you didn't even really know. A difference to people. You felt fulfillment in that. The fact that you could really change the world with just your words. And that strength can build something inside of you. A go-get kind of thought that your words are going to change the world, and you know that for a fact. And being here, you're even more sure about it. And as you feel that confidence in yourself, a little bit less afraid to come out of your shell, and with maybe a secret passenger watching aside you, your mental fortitude increases and you level up. Level 3, baby.
Yay.
Alright, and last but not least, if you wouldn't mind muting yourself, please, Meryl. I'm gonna move to Dawn. So, Dawn.
Yeah.
After M.O.C.H.A had wandered away, leaving you to sort of like sit and ponder your own reasons for being here, some of his prodding questions did leave you with a sense of wonder, almost. Thinking into yourself about what your group instilled into you. What your group wanted you to be and what they needed you to be. There are 4 pillars, after all, of Restore. 4 pillars that are very important to them, and they wanted you to know, to remember, that those 4 pillars should identify you as well. The 2 on the top, the most important, remember. Remember what was done to your people. Remember why they have to pay. And the second key pillar, the bigger aspect of this group, Ravage. They have to suffer for what they've done. Your people never had a choice, and you need to make sure that they don't have a choice too. The 2 lesser pillars, as you sit and think about these thoughts, and you sit and consider amongst these new people and these strangers, some of which, by all means, should be your enemy. You know that 2 of the 2 lesser pillars speak a little bit closer to your heart in this moment. The first of which, rehabilitate. To find a new space, to build yourself back up, to start something fresh with what was left behind. And the last, something that's often kind of undermined within the group itself, but something that matters a lot to you. Recover. Both literally in the sense of recover yourself, make sure that you're ready for the next challenge, the next day, the next thing that will be thrown your way, but also to find something, to recover what was lost. And between your conversation with Scarlet and what she'd said to you, and these 4 key pillars that identify this group, Ravage, Rehabilitate, Recover, Remember, Restore. You sit on the edge of a precipice of uncertainty about what that means for your future, and what decisions you're going to have to make next. Dawn, is there anything else you would like to do with your long rest?
He just sits there, spinning the ring on her finger endlessly, almost as if it's the only thing from keeping her spiraling into her mind. She's just completely zoned out. Just thinking about, especially after that conversation with M.O.C.H.A. She doesn't know what to do.
She doesn't know what to do. And yet, she's got a long time to decide. And as she considers these, her mind's kind of like sort of drifting off. You find something new, a new experience you've never had before in your life. Something unknown to you, but familiar to others from what you understand. Dreaming is a very big part of fairy culture. That whole moment to take some time to yourself and reset your mind once more. Something you were always kind of kept at a distance from participating in, yet something that they treated as though it was a birthright. And you're so sure that that's what this is. As your mind slips away, you find yourself in the eyes of another. Someone watching you, looking on you, in this scene of darkness cast in high contrast silhouettes. You stay in focus. And Dawn, I would like you to tell me about the moment that you first felt fulfilled.
The first time Dawn ever felt fulfilled was the day she was being shipped off the spectacle. Quite literally shipped off. It was the day that she was told that she was finally good enough, that you know, the people who made her deemed her good enough for the task that they set her out for, a task which she holds to heart so deeply. She has gone into place of another to make sure that no more valuable lives are lost, and she was finally ready for that task. And as she was getting packed up into her box, luckily that's part of the reason why they made her so fragile. It was the time she was also leaving the den. The selfish part of her was feeling fulfilled that she was finally getting freedom. She doesn't know how long it would last, but it unlocked that emotion in her. The fear, the excitement, the pride. It was the first time she'd ever felt fulfilled. As she escaped, in a sense.
A taste of your own freedom. Something that many others take for granted. And something that many others don't realise that they even have. And something that was never afforded to you. Your entire life was under lock and key, under watchful eye, and even after you had made that journey, you still felt that way for a while. But in that small frame, when you're shipped off, sent out of the hands of those who had raised you, made you, built you, and off into a new place, you felt free. You felt they had deemed you ready, so maybe you were. You were fulfilled. Your story, your whole reason, all your training, everything you had done, had been fulfilled. Now it was just the time to wait. And as each of you experience all of these private and intense moments on your own, some of you experience a dream for the very first time, and some of you having a bit of a weird dream that you've never really felt before. All of you feel this sense of connectedness. You feel this sense of drive, as though you were meant to be here. As though those eyes that had watched you from a distance had picked you for some reason or another. And although none of you know that everyone else is having a similar moment, it doesn't mean that you go without. Because for the very first time, each of you feel a sense of connection. Connection to strangers, connection to something new. Also done, you level up to level 3. Oops. Right, what we're going to do just now is take a quick break, and we will be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. So see you guys in a bit. Bye. Everybody say bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. We are back. So, let me get us back into position, into where we were. So, all of you have finished up your long rest, having each of you feeling a sense of power awaken within you, and also a sense of fulfillment. Some of you are doing better, some of you are doing worse. Each of you have had a private moment to yourself to recuperate and sort of restore yourself ever so slightly. And yet when you awake, it feels as though no time has passed at all, as you still sit out in the sort of storm that makes up this tower top that you sit upon. Feels pretty chill. And I pass it off to you guys. What do you want to do?
Right. First order of business. There are new crumpets in town, and M.O.C.H.A wants to give them out. So he picks up his little trusty box. There's 2 deliciously scrumptious crumpets in there, and he offers them up to party members with this with the biology to devour them.
I fixed that oven and can't even eat it.
Meryl will definitely take one. She's like, oh, thanks, I'm absolutely starving again.
Do
My
you
pleasure.
only make the one thing?
Well, I am limited by my ingredients, but if you have a wish, I will certainly try to adjust.
I think they're great. Sorry, I couldn't even my mouth open.
It's fine. I'm sure it will suffice.
I think you will find them quite delicious.
How would you know?
Customer feedback over the duration of 25 years.
Oh, that's a long time.
A very good time.
Uh-huh.
As
Please.
nice as this is, like I said, I'd like to move. I don't
Why
feel
you in such a rush?
fantastic. This. Things are hard. I like to get moving early.
Okay.
Certainly. I will be packing my things up and we can go.
Oh, can you pack up mine as well?
I heard repeated exercise is good for humans. You know, gotta get that arm workout in. Get packing.
You are very lippy for someone without mouth.
Just means it's harder to shut me up.
Damn, get got.
Yeah, you have to kind of dog it on him, to be honest. That was great.
So you pick up your own stuff there then, Vanille?
Very reluctantly.
Great. So each of you gather up your things, collecting... is anybody leaving any equipment behind?
Not this time.
No.
Nothing is getting thrown.
Marble does have the suspicion that if we move somewhere, that if we move floors, that this will stay. So it's just they're just going to leave a crossbow bolt behind, just sitting like
Sure.
where they were sitting.
Don't worry, I'm just writing out nothing. Don't worry about what I'm typing up. Okay, great. So you guys all continue back down the stairs, where once again, you find yourselves here.
Mm-hmm. Just so I'm keeping track as well. So, was it Vanille and Meryl who took a crumpet each? And Meryl, did you eat yours right away?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
big ingredient.
In that case, you receive temporary hit points equal to my proficiency bonus, which is 2. However, because I have my baking function back, we get to add a lovely little
D6 to that. So, one moment.
D6.
Yes.
Roll your d6.
Oh well, there you go. So 4 temporary hit points.
Oh,
May they serve
Nice.
you well.
So all people have noticed as Marbles up pushes you on ahead. Marbles looking a little bit worse for wear. First comparison to yesterday, Marble has very good posture, very good sort of independence almost. So sort of straight back, but you notice they almost look weary a little bit tired even. Something a little bit unusual for most fairies.
Are we moving?
Yes, I don't see why you're in such a hurry. We have 5 here.
I've been waiting for you to wake up for 5 hours now.
Well, some of us need our beauty sleep. Perhaps you could use it. You look terrible. Like, even paler than usual.
Indeed.
are you feeling okay?
No,
What's the
but
matter?
I'll be fine. It's complicated. I'm unwell.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh,
You can get unwell?
Yes, it's rare. Most people wouldn't have heard of it.
Perhaps if you would like, I could whip up a home remedy the next time we are taking rest. There is nary an ailment I can't cure.
It will hopefully be gone by then, but I'll see.
Very well. As you appear to be in such a hurry, have you figured out a way forward then?
We do as we did. Place our hands on the machine. Change
Close
the
the door?
tower. Yes, close the door.
Hold on to our partlets.
If they wish, yes.
Keep an eye out for long appendages.
Enough.
Indeed.
So, as each of you pile in, you find yourselves faced with that pillar once again. A pillar that you've kind of you know how it works now. So, I gotta ask, is this the order you're committing to?
Yes.
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 oh yeah.
So, deciding that the sea foam kind of coloured one should be the case, you reach over and you close it, and as you do, you hear a click as oh gosh, don't do that. You hear a click as it seems as though the one that you had selected it seems to lock back into place. You watch the sort of bars that appear on every other one slide into place over the. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm dumb. Is this correct? Nope, that's wrong. I'm buggering everything up now. Am I buggering this up? You know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. So, you watch as the bars slide into place over this, that one that you put into place before. And each of you put your hands. Are you all put your hands on the central console?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As all of you
Hand
step
time.
up to your platforms, it's hand time. Hands ready, everybody. You spread out your hands.
High fives.
You spread out your hands onto the thing, and all of you hear the heavy sound of gears and churning from beyond the walls. It is loud and aggressive, and not ever so slightly abrasive to your ears. But all the while, it seems as though something is happening. Then, just as simply as it had begun, it comes to a sudden stop, and the glow underneath your hands upon the podium begins to fade out, much like how it had once before.
Seems it's complete.
It is very odd. You'd expect it to make more noise. Or, well, shake more for the amount of changes it undergoes.
Human technology is loud and obnoxious. Things as ancient as these, perhaps not so.
I was under the impression that technology only got better as we advance.
A common thought. Shall we advance?
I feel like Marble has a lot of vinyls.
They probably do.
He's got like a GameCube at home. He's like, it's the best console ever.
His pronouns are there. But sure, why don't you guys go?
How nice of you to offer to go first again, Marble.
Out in the corner.
Oh no, that's an appendage!
Quick, how long?
Make sure to be holding on to your items, particularly those you value.
Heading out into the hallway once more, you find that it is largely the same, and nothing appears to be any different than any other time that you've stepped out into this one very, very specific, circular kind of donut-y kind of shaped hallway. You guys are pretty familiar with this process at this point.
I won't get bored of this, I'm sure.
I quite enjoyed the quiet. It is better than to be ambushed by something quite unruly.
And yet that thing brought us somewhere safe.
And now, Marble,
Perhaps.
as you turn the corner and you are the first to look, you notice the stairs that once led up now lead down.
Down we go again. I suspect we'll see the same room, but with the colour of that plate.
Who wants to touch the orb this time?
Actually, not it.
I hope there's not more sand.
Are we certain then that touching the orb was entirely necessary?
Yes. Squid had to do that, you understand.
Says Marble as you guys descend down the stairs. And lo and behold, just up ahead. Oh my god, it hasn't carried over your light sources. Whatever! We're going to use our imaginations, everybody. For up ahead,
towards the light.
you see almost exactly as Marble had predicted. A very similar room to the last time that you had come down the stairs before. Atop a tall pedestal, there sits a green sort of crystal type shape that sort of shimmers and spins ever so slightly upon a massive... there's like a sort of smaller sort of recess in the centre of the room, and then a big tall pillar with a plaque upon it.
Are you going to shoot this one too?
Dawn immediately throws something at it.
What are you throwing at it?
Right on cue.
Is there any debris on the ground, or do I have to use something of mine?
As there's like... yeah, I'd say, sure, what the hell, there's definitely loose debris on the ground.
There's always
Remember what
debris on the
happened last
ground.
time you threw something?
I didn't get hurt. It's fine.
Yes, you did.
That is true.
Like last night. When you throw a rock and roll
At
a
your
0.
face, yeah. So are you throwing
I
a
don't
rock,
remember.
Dawn?
Yes, but Dawn will pull out her
A really
shield
light rock.
and have it over her head and stand behind the pillar here,
It's
Okay.
a grenade.
and then she will throw the rock.
Sure. So you throw a rock up towards the thing, and before it even gets close, a spark of green energy flies off of it. I say green, it's seafoam. Seafoam, everybody, you heard it first. It was seafoam, actually. Of seafoam-coloured energy blitzes off of this orb, and sort of crackles across the rock, and you watch as the rock is completely obliterated.
I'm colorblind and I could tell it was sea foam. Come on.
And now we know, no touchy.
I thought we already knew this.
We haven't fully studied its effects on human biology, then. So, perhaps.
No, look at
No.
Vanille.
Absolutely not.
You're
It
missing out.
certainly had a different effect this time than what the previous orb had.
A different coloured. Yes.
It's so green.
I think
Is
it's
there
sea
a
foam.
Squid, are you not familiar with the colour seafoam?
All right.
It matches your hair.
I wonder if it's going to be an aquatic area this time that we're sent to. I hope you all packed your swimming trunks.
I hope not.
Oh, what?
Can I swim?
Well then, what does this
Oh, you're
plaque
full of
say?
fluid. You must be a bit buoyant.
So, if you go up and have a look at the plaque, it looks like this.
Oh. We don't have to play hangman.
Not this time.
Life is in all things equally. Seek its merit to find its bloom.
This one is not true.
I'm going to give you a racist point for that.
Yay!
You've acquired 2 this session. Lucky you.
Only 2. Yeah,
You did a great job. And as all of you have a glance at this, you hear the thudding sound of something fall behind you. And as you look, you see that the stairs have also changed position, as they had in the other place that you spent some time in before. But not only that, each of you feels something odd as that sound rings in the background. I'm currently adding a new feature to everybody's character sheet.
No.
Okay, I think.
Second roll. Actually, you can die again now.
Not only can you
value
die,
all your life
if you
or-
die now, you're double dead. You die.
In real life.
Oh no!
Value your life or lose it.
Interesting.
And thus, the second rule you find has been cast. Each of you can now refresh your character sheets and see what the second rule is. If someone would like to, you may read it out loud. You know, for the audience.
You're asking
Hello,
a lot
audience.
of my laptop.
I just read that, so someone else can take the stage.
I physically cannot.
I'll do it if no one else wants to.
I'll just do it. The second rule has been cast. Equal opportunity allows you to see into the souls of your enemies as they might see yours. We can now gauge the health of creatures and see their health bars while we're on duty in the tower. And it says what it says on the very plaque just below that. We're getting some Metroidvania ass upgrades in this experience.
And now, as I'm updating in real time, you'll all be able to see each other's health bars.
I was going to say,
Okay,
because it
Meryl's already.
specifies enemies, I was going to ask, can Dawn and
Why can you always see my
Vanille
health
see each
bar?
other?
You're the main character. We've been over this.
I have no idea why we could always just see your health bar in particular, because that shouldn't have been the case at all, but whatever.
One enemy right here.
Yeah.
Death to Meryl.
Meryl's just so open about her
Go
health.
follow
but-
Mickey.
Then
Hold on,
help
do you-
this one.
She's
Do
a
you mean
health
this in
blocker.
like a less meta sense? Like, can we actually see life in?
Well, it's more that from as you each feel this sort of a new wave of power look over you, it's so you can let us see health bars, but it's more that you can gauge much better now how much closer a creature is to their full vitality. You can sense an essence in them as you all stand next to each other, and you realise you're all pretty much at your best. You all have a better sense of how you're all kind of doing. In comparison, like, to how it could have been. And to the south, you also see that there is a new hole has opened up at the bottom of the stairs, and a light comes in from beyond.
If we're all at our best, then what's wrong with Marble? Hmm.
That's a good point, actually. All of you would definitely sense that there is some kind of not quite sickness as Marble had described it as, but their health, they're full of their vitality. Yet you all get the sense that Marble isn't quite fully healthy. Not quite a sickness, but something else. Anybody who wants, roll me an Arcana.
I would love to.
Anyone who's paying close attention to Marble's sort of demeanour right now, I suppose, with this newfound power. The DC is relatively high, so I'm going to see if anybody manages to get this.
My sheet's not working, so I'm going to roll d20 at too. Please.
If I have advantage on our current, I roll with advantage, yeah.
Why would you have advantage on it currently?
I don't know, but it says I do.
It'll be from one of your feats.
Never mind then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you still like to...
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
That was normal.
Dawn. I'm going to DM something to you, Dawn.
Oh.
Ooh, mysterious!
Secrets.
Something's shifting behind the curtains.
Why is it I'm standing on these green worms all of a sudden?
This is my
hoverboard. Talking about, but
this is my hoverboard. I have always had it.
your Arcana finally came in, Vanille.
Oh god, that took forever. Oh god.
Okay, so, you may continue.
This is interesting, but useless for now, I guess. Does anyone think they know anything about this room now, before we move on? No.
I'm expecting a seafoam green sky.
Well then.
I'm hoping for some water. That'd be
I'm
fun.
hoping there's not.
Oh, can't you swim, Vanille?
Next question.
She lives in a frozen wasteland. I'm sure she had the time to go swimming.
Very funny.
So,
I'll teach you.
Don't humans float? You're full of gas. Bob?
What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
So, putting all of those weird comments aside for a moment, you begin to make your way down the stairs. An obscenely pungent and floral-smelling aroma hits you quite clearly before the sight of anything substantial. But something bright and colourful lays around extensively at the bottom of the stairs, and something sharp and bright glowing from underneath. The first signs of daylight to be seen since your first descent. As you go down the stairs, you realise what the things are, because it becomes abundantly clear once you step through the doorway. The lush exuberance of colour is the first thing you see, and it is unavoidable. Reds, blues, purples, pinks, oranges, yellows, warm colours, cold colours of all synonyms and names, but most importantly, greens. The lively green of a healthy garden, the wild green of an untamed forest, the simmering green of mysterious woods. And all of it blends into a sheer cacophony of endless plant life. Flowers bloom easily 3 times as big as someone even as tall as Dawn. Trees have a circumference wider than all of you laying in a line. And an overhanging canopy seems to create a blanket over the top that makes even a whisper of the sky little more than a pipe dream. It's almost as though you found yourself shrunk down to something so minuscule that blades of grass stand as tall as cities do. And yet, you found yourselves at a great height. Where the entrance opens into this abundance, you find a winding set of stairs trailing down off to the side around where you exited. A tower! The only man-made structure you can see with the scale of everything that you can see. And even then, you find yourselves somewhat uncertain about whether this is actually a constructed structure. Because every single inch of it is wreathed in vines and plants and buds and flowers and pollen and leaves. It is almost impossible to tell where the building stops and when the plants start. I'll pass it off to you guys.
This appears very colourful.
It's beautiful.
It's very nice.
I'll take a
Nice.
photo of this.
It's terrifying.
I've never seen anything like this before. Amazing.
Perhaps there's actual life here. Could be a boon.
Well, plants are life.
Sentient life.
Crystal monsters seem sentient to me.
Okay.
Well, at least I don't see any crystals nearby.
That's a relief.
Thank God.
No sand. No lightning.
No water.
There's still time.
There's probably water in the plants.
Marvel will reach down and try to just pluck one of the plants from the ground.
Well, keep in mind, you're not on the ground. You're high up.
Oh, okay,
you're
yeah.
it's almost like you're in a tower and you've come out through an exit. And you're looking down and it is just the plants are insanely tall. I said, it's almost like you've been shrunk down. But if you reached out, you can still try and pluck up something from what do you call it? Because there's flowers and plants growing everywhere around your feet.
Yeah, on the canopy almost.
So if you, because basically you're definitely on a building. It looks to be the tower from what you can tell if you look back towards it. But you can't even see that sort of black coloured rock because every single inch of it is wreathed in plants. Flowers grow out of it, almost kind of exuberantly so, as though it is just on solid ground. The way that they grow is very much unnatural and a little bit too much. But are you trying to pick one up? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just try to pluck something.
Roman athletics.
Okay.
Marble, you expected you have plucked many flowers in your time, but my god, you expect to just give it a little and pull up a flower. That is not what happens. You're oh god, you really have to. You try to pull and you realize it's really not coming off, and then you sort of fully yank it off with both your hands, and you finally get a grasp on it and pull it free. And even as you're pulling it apart, it seems to be very much unwilling to sort of strip itself from the sort of patch that it is growing on. And you can watch as every single strand, almost literally you're pulling skin, it begins to tear and rip very, very slowly until eventually you have a flower in your hand. And my god, what a fight it was.
Well, this is... yeah, something. We should find a way to keep moving.
You want to go down?
Where else are we going to go?
How much do you trust me?
I'd survive the fall anyway. So enough.
Everyone else?
Sure, why not?
Okay, jump.
You first.
I suppose we should better do it at the same time?
I'll accept that.
We are going to fall at terminal velocity.
We won't hit terminal velocity.
I'm sure she's got a spell or something.
And it will be used on all of us.
Yes. Everybody that's important? It was a joke. You are useful.
Oh, you say the
Thank
sweetest
you.
things sometimes.
Sorry,
Shall
should
we?
you trust again, Vanille? Can you imagine she just does it just herself and he plummets to the ground and dies instantly? Alright.
Only casts it on herself and then just...
I'll go brittle.
So,
you really want to be at her mercy while you can't defend yourself?
She can hit me.
So, who's first? Who's stepping off first?
Nobody. Marble's gonna hold on to the back of Vanille. Standing side by side and be like, "You're jumping with me.
Do not touch me.
Let's all hold
You don't
hands.
get to decide this.
I think I do.
Would you rather I held your hand?
Would you like to not hit the ground hard? That's what I thought. Let go.
Yeah, they'll let go.
Right, enough. I will count us down from 4. 4, 3, 2, go.
Meryl jumps.
Yeah, Marble will jump.
Yeah.
M.O.C.H.A will like not jump, but kind of like step into nothing, and it's like he's tripping over.
Yeah. And what are you going to do, Vanille?
She's gonna let everybody go for like a few seconds.
Cool.
But she will
knew I was
cast.
going to die like this.
She will cast Glissando, aka Featherfall.
So you play like all of you are like, this fucking bitch, she's fucking cooked us. As all of you step off the edge and you look up and you don't see her. And then after a second or so,
Fucking kill her.
I knew I hated humans.
you watch as she steps off, and suddenly this rate at which you fall slows down exponentially. That fear that you had felt as the suddenness of the drop had like sort of overtaken you begins to slow down. You don't feel that panic set within you anymore. You're quite sure that Vanille has saved you. As all of you as you fall very, very slowly down off into the sort of shrubbery, plants and flowers. Can everybody... Yeah, okay. Everybody, roll me a perception check as you fall. You're falling quite slowly.
I am spinning in the air for like 360-degree vision.
Only have +2. What?
Wow.
Whoa.
Plus 0.
Whoa.
Let's see.
Right, we'll get back to you in a minute.
Yeah.
Dawn,
Zero, guys.
you had just stepped off and you're facing down. You're just like fully falling to your death as far as you're concerned until the slow sets in. Marble, everything here is very overwhelming. You spot off to the side, like you kind of your eyes are kind of enraptured by this one big flower, where it almost looks as though the flower head has bloomed and then bloomed and then bloomed again. So it almost looks a little bit painful, as though many flowers have bloomed inside of one big flower head. It almost makes you feel a little bit sick to look at it. It looks wrong. It looks like too much. Meryl, with your 15, you spot something kind of odd, right? There's a big sort of seed pod off to the right somewhere, that is way too oversized, way too big. And you spot that all around it, there are like hundreds of seeds that are just like, the pod is quite high up, like off the ground. And it seems as though massive seed pods just keep dropping out of it and landing on the ground in a heap. And you spot there's almost like a big massive heap of these things just like sitting off to the right. And they are exponentially huge. They're by no means like small things. They are quite big. And again, it makes you feel like, it feels kind of icky to look at it, like, and it's kind of non-stop. M.O.C.H.A and Vanille, how do I want to say this? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna give you guys two different things, right? M.O.C.H.A, because you specifically said that you're kind of doing a 360, you spot
Involuntarily.
You spot, like, as you're sort of spinning, for a second, like, once you're kind of closer to the ground, you spot what looks almost like a hand, it looks like an arm or a hand, like, hanging over the side of, like, a vine, like, not super duper high up, but maybe about 25 feet off the ground. And you just catch, like, a glimpse of it, And because you rolled so well, the hand is sort of greenish in colour, like in hue. Like it looks like someone's arm just sort of like leaned over like one of these vines. And for a minute, you almost think it's just a leaf or something, but when you do like your spin again and again, you're like, no, you're pretty sure that's like a hand, like a relatively humanoid hand. But Vanille, since you're last to fall, and sort of you get to decide your descent the most. You spot something a little bit interesting as well. Once you get close to the ground, it's obvious that a set of stairs, like circular stairs, would go around the structure of the tower, and like sort of stop at the bottom, like where you guys are kind of jumping to. But you spot like around the edges of the tower itself, like almost kind of going like all the way around its base. There sits a series of, it almost looks like clay pots. They look to be mostly covered by the wild plants that have surrounded them, but because you saw them from above, you could tell that they are not quite plants. Like you could tell there's something else. And there's a whole bunch of them around the circumference of the tower, that don't really match the environment quite the way that you would expect. And all of you eventually come to a very gentle and slow descent, stopping nicely just off the ground. And I'll pass it back to you.
Mocha will kind of like, once he's solid ground under his feet, he'll kind of like do little hops in place and just like marvel at, falling slowly.
So wherever you step, right, Mocha, as you sort of step and you sort of like do little hops, you realise that under your feet, there's almost like a spring to the flowers. Like, as you lift your feet, you realise that they lift back up again immediately, as though like you'd never stepped on them, so they never got crumpled almost. Like, they immediately stand upright once again. Just this massive bed of flowers, endless, and they're quite tall as well. Like, they go easily as high as like your shins, or some of them even go as high as your knees. Some of them even like brush the underside of your belly. And even if you sort of knock them over slightly to maneuver through them, they immediately spring back up again like the minute you stepped away from them.
These plants seem rather resilient. Alas, and I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I think I might have seen an arm further up. And I'll sort of look up the way. Was it, you said 25 feet off the ground, just like on a vine on the tower structure, or on a nearby tree?
Yeah, it's almost like between two trees, there's like a big thick vine. And it looked like, from what you could tell, there was an arm like sort of leaning over the side. Almost like imagine like the arm like on a sofa, like how your arm might rest on like on a sofa. Like on the arm of a sofa.
Almost like the vine is a sort of hammock.
Like a person?
Or like looks at Dawn to see she's got her arm still.
Well, it appeared humanoid in nature, yet its color was green.
Sivo?
I couldn't get quite as good a glance at it, but it might be worth trying to get up to it.
We just came
How high
down.
up was it? Go ahead.
We have to climb, you say?
Not too far. One moment, I will try to see.
And he'll like quickly like look around to see if he can spot that same vine, and then once he clocks it, he'll point his finger up at it and begin trying to get underneath it.
Sure. So it's like 60 feet like ahead of you, like on the left hand side. So it's like not immediately in front of like the tower, but it's like close-ish. But it's definitely at least 25 feet off the ground, and these trees seem to stretch up forever. Like, you don't even see where they end. All you just see is like a canopy of leaves that definitely doesn't denote the top of the trees, but rather almost like the lowest parts of their branches. And all of them are coloured like vibrantly. They're not even like necessarily brown. They almost have like flowers grown all the way up the sides of them. So it's hard to even tell where the tree ends. Like I said, this place is kind of a lot to look at. Very visually, a lot. But you can definitely see the arm if you point it out.
I'm afraid I don't have the means to reach it other than attempting to climb. Is there anything we could perhaps use to extend our reach?
I'd say 25 feet.
25 feet up and 60 feet like ahead of you guys.
Yeah. M.O.C.H.A will like start looking around for sticks or something that he could. It's like a 5-foot stick in a tree.
Might be able to push it.
It might be stuck.
If I can get close enough, I can try get it with my whip. It has a fairly large reach.
Let me get after it.
Yeah, I'll try to just walk directly under it.
Sure. You could, if you stand directly underneath it and look up, you can see that this big vine sort of like swings kind of low. It's got a kind of dip in the middle almost, like a sort of concave in the middle. And now that you kind of see it from underneath, you realise it has a sort of wide berth. It does look almost a little bit like a hammock.
I guess they'll start with just like, hello?
You just sort of shout.
Yeah.
You see, like, because you can see where M.O.C.H.A has pointed out, you see the arm kind of twitch, and sort of like move, and then peel back, and then like from over the side, you see a set of fingers like grip onto the edge and sort of look over, and you see a face. And not a horrible face either, a relatively normal looking person as far as you're concerned. Looks to be a fairy almost. They have sort of pale green skin and dark green hair. And it looks as though they're completely covered in flower petals.
I think we're fine, everyone. Hello?
You see them sort of gesture like 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden, you hear a thud as this figure sort of grasps onto like the side of the tree that they're attached to, and begin to sort of work their way down, almost like reverse beanstalk, as a friendly face pops down, and like you hear like a sort of like, hello, give me a minute, and then suddenly, someone drops into place. And right there. I'm Apple. I was expecting to see anyone here so soon.
Yes, Apple.
Right, that's me.
Hello.
Did we?
I am M.O.C.H.A.
Right there, M.O.C.H.A. Oh, look at you, you're a beauty. And he immediately, he sort of walks, you see his eyes grow wide as he looks at Dawn. Almost a little bit awestruck. He takes like a few steps. Because you're massive, Dawn, right? You like lurch over this guy like exponentially.
Hi.
I've never seen craftsmanship quite like that.
Yeah, I got that a lot.
Sorry, my name is Apple. I'm guessing you're the new tour guide. Dare I say, how many floors have you done? No, I shouldn't ask. It's against the rules.
There are rules. Well,
We knew that much.
I don't think I've ever seen Mecca in here before.
Told.
That's brand new. What was your name, love? He's deliberately sort of looks over to you, Meryl.
Oh, I'm Meryl Squad. And honestly,
Meryl.
I'm kind of flabbergasted you're expecting us. You know about the tower?
It looks at you kind
What
of
is
like
this place?
the toy. Well,
Don't tell us everything.
right, well, there's some things I can't actually tell you, but I can tell you one thing for sure. They call this place, Vivarium Verdant.
right?
Nice.
Like she writes that down on her pad, misspelled probably.
I'll give you a. There you go.
But where exactly are we?
You're in the tower? I'm sure you know that much by now. This can't be your first floor.
Well,
Second.
no.
Oh, second, right. Interesting choice, I suppose. Sorry, what were your names? And he sort of like points to each of you like with his hands.
Marble.
Hi, I am M.O.C.H.A.
I'm Dawn.
Vanille Penrose. You will remember it well.
First name, last name.
I don't think anyone else has one.
I don't think that's true. You were Meryl's squid, wasn't it?
Yep, that's correct.
Oh, that's not just a noise you make after your name. Interesting.
No,
That's very
you know a lot
good.
about making noises now, wouldn't you?
Be nice in front of the strange person we find in plant room.
No, I meant
Isn't
that was just a
every
bad
name-
insult.
Hmm.
Isn't every name just a noise?
I think he's got you there.
I quite like the sound of mine, though.
Let's stay on topic here. Apple, you're from the Pig Tundra, right?
Oh, I didn't think you'd know me. Why? Are you from there yourself?
What?
Yes. You've been here for, what, 300 years? You've just been sleeping?
Blimey, it's been as long as that already. Time moves up. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that, actually. Sorry.
I'm sorry, are you were you on the guard duty?
Right, I was, yeah. Long time ago now.
I see.
Right.
Like I said, it's been a while for me. I chose to stay behind after we were done.
You finished.
Right, I did.
And you wanted to stay?
I heard that people choose to stay behind, but I didn't actually believe someone would actually want to stay behind in this place.
Why not?
Oh,
Don't
you
think
look
this
around,
place
it's
is beautiful?
beautiful.
Merely has got the right idea.
It is pretty, but you're stuck in the same place forever?
Well, it's not actually. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that, actually. But look,
What are
this
you
floor.
allowed to say?
Look, there's a bit of an agreement. I, right now, can only speak about this particular floor. Does that make sense? I'm sure it makes sense.
Well, agreement with who?
And what happens
Or
if
whom,
you break the
sorry?
agreement?
Well,
Are
then
you-
I'm out.
Going to be evicted?
Rightly so.
Oh. Well, are there others that have decided to stay upon this floor?
It doesn't quite work like that. Look, let's just say I'm the only one kicking around on here for now.
Sorry, I thought you didn't answer my question. An agreement with whom?
He smiles, like, he looks like kind of embarrassed almost. He's like, I'm not allowed to say if you don't already know. Again, I can't get myself booted out.
When he's like, just after I say that, can I detect thoughts?
I was excited for you to do this, and I was really hoping you would do this. Okay, could you cast that up for me, please?
I
Yeah.
fucking love sirens.
Give me the text and vita.
Right. Oh my
Well,
god.
that's what I'll say.
Fucking S.
Have you got your reading glasses?
That's yours. Okay, well, he has an intelligence higher than 3.
Yep.
Damn it.
It's at least 4. Write that down.
Okay. So first thoughts, right? You just get his surface thoughts, and I guess you can tell he's excited to see people. And you can tell just by, I mean, it's written all over his face. He's clearly never seen a mecha before. He's kind of like staring at Dawn and is sort of like in awe of her. You see that he keeps looking up at her and like, he takes like a glance over to M.O.C.H.A and smiles. And he goes like, he points up with his thumb and goes, like, he's a cute little guy, isn't he?
Why, thank you.
Don't mention it. You're a special something. I don't think I've ever seen something like you before. But just while we're on the note, you can choose to probe deeper if that's the thing that you want to do. And let me just double check. If it fails, you get insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. If it succeeds, the spell ends. Either way, the target knows that you're probing into its mind. And unless you shift your creature's thoughts, so you can do it, but he will know you've done it.
Oh.
This is...
I'm okay.
If you're gonna take this shot, you better not miss,
Right.
Meryl.
I can be doing this for like a minute, right? So I say to him, what if you didn't tell me what you can't tell me, but I found out by my own means, Apple?
He smiles kind of deviously and he's like, I'm not going to be breaking no rules now. What are you trying to
What
do?
did he say, sorry?
He says he's not going to
I
break any
just
rules.
want to know
but
about
also
this
know-
agreement.
Well, I can't tell you anything about it. There's a larger force here in the tower. You'll find out about it eventually. But if
Right.
you've only done
Okay.
on one other floor, then I'm beholden to some rules. That's all.
And what about the tentacle monster we saw?
Tentacle monster. Oh, I can't tell you. He smiles
I
again.
thought so.
I'm sorry. Look, I promise you this much: if you've seen any bunnies, a tentacle monster, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Not from him. I mean it. I really should have been your
So-
first floor. I'm sorry.
But you are permitted to tell us about this floor.
Right,
Is that
right, I am.
correct?
That's true. M.O.C.H.A.
Yes, I am M.O.C.H.A.
You are M.O.C.H.A.
Would you be able to tell us who has went and gone from and to this floor?
I'll be here forever. I don't know all the
Well-
names, but people come through here all the time.
We might be able to narrow it down, given names and descriptions. I happen to be looking for someone.
Oh, right. Who are you looking for?
I am looking for Mr. Adrian Nussbaum. He was a human and participated in the Tower Guard expedition about 30 years ago.
That was about like 2 cycles ago. Is that right?
That is correct.
He starts scratching his chin and he's looking outside. I think he's still here. Yeah. Wait, am I allowed to say that?
You mean
I don't know.
you mean to say he is on this floor?
Oh, no.
He said he's the only one on this floor.
Hey, bingo to you.
Well,
The...
Marble's gonna try like put him a bit was his next sense and just kind of read his reaction.
How do I say this? This council are previous guards, right?
The what? Sorry.
Marble's equating the people that make the rules to a council.
Okay. Got you. Right.
Council. Just in a way to gauge reaction.
Sure. Roll an insight.
Can it be persuade?
No, because you're not persuaded. You're trying to read him. You know.
Yeah.
He just sat there with those arms crossed with kind of. It's a very friendly, sort of endearing smile on his face as he's like waiting for you to finish your sentence. What?
Never mind.
You're a bit of an odd bunch.
Rude.
Sorry, I see a lot of faces coming in and out, but
A lot?
pretend I didn't say that. I see people coming in and out, but y'all seem a bit frosty. I suppose it's only a given. It's only like your second floor.
Oh. How long did you wait before you entered the tower, Apple? Do you remember?
It's hard to say. It wasn't too long. I think I was only kicking around for like a cycle or two. It wasn't even as long as that. It might have been.
Interesting. And you were a legend, Apple. Why did you
Don't
stay
flatter
here?
me. Well, let's just say, and he takes a minute to like pontificate. You know, he puts his hands on his hips, and he's like, you can tell that he's like really thinking about it. He sort of scrunches up his face, and he's sort of looking around, and he goes, let's just say, I think this place was in need of an architect, and I happen to have the skills.
You
Does that suit your
case?
case? Say that again, my love. He turns to you, Vanille.
In designing it? You say you are architect?
Designing what?
You said you were an architect.
Rightly so. And what of it?
This room, this floor, whatever we are calling it.
I don't take responsibility for this mess. And he sort of like throws his hands out incredulously, like it's sort of like shirking, like, oh, it's not me, you know. I had
You
a system.
implied earlier. You implied you were stuck on this floor, though, earlier.
Did I? Stuck is maybe perhaps not the word, but I suppose it could be. I'll put it this way. I was not permitted to leave past this floor until you had completed what you had to do here. Does that make sense?
Oh. So, are you in need of our assistance?
Well, I suppose you could say that, yeah. Oh, maybe that's what you're here for.
I can't say that it was my initial purpose to come and help you specifically. Frankly, I was unaware of your existence up until this point.
You're a
However,
little fella. Not quite like that, but I suppose I'm a bit of a pickle, so I guess all things considered, maybe there's something you could do. It's funny how that works out, actually. I wonder if that's how it always works.
I'd like a couple more questions first. This is a lot.
Sure, take your time. Marvel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm liking the drip. What's the big collar and the like? They're very old-fashioned.
It's fashionable in Little Lightwick.
Lightwick? That's out west, isn't it? Oh, it's been so
Yes,
many years since I saw a map.
Marble. Apple. You said you could speak of the previous floors. There was a town hall. I'm completely blanking on the place of the name. The name of the place.
Charmbury.
Is anyone?
You want to get Charmbury?
We saw the Charmbury town hall. Have you insight on that?
Ah, right. I don't know how it works exactly, but the Black Desert and like it holds on to things from the past, like memories, things that matter to people. All things that are forgotten end up there. Kind of. It's difficult to explain. I don't really fully understand it, but think of it like enough people have been in here that we'll share a common thought, right?
Right.
So sometimes things like that end up slipping through. Kind of. I can't really answer too many questions about it anyway because it's not my floor, but... well, not this floor. It's not my floor. That makes it sound like I'm in charge here, but I'm not. That's the Arbiter who's in charge of this floor. I'm just a gardener, maybe. Shepherd?
The
I
who?
don't really know.
The who?
The who?
The who? Oh,
The who?
right. I guess I can explain that, actually. Right. In the tower, every floor has a... what's the word they use? A curator. That's the word. Every floor has a curator. The curator is in charge of how things should work on a floor. Upon this floor, we call them the Arbiter. The Arbiter of Cycles.
Okay. And who is the Arbiter?
Well, that's... they don't really have a name, like. It's not quite like that. They are literally called the Arbiter of Cycles. I've tried to give them a name, but it never really stuck.
Right.
They're much older than I am, but around for much longer than I have.
And are they like a person, or are they like some kind of giant evil plant that's gonna whack us or something?
No, nothing like that.
Good question.
The Arbiter is not a violent creature, not by any means. They're a bit frustrating at times, and not always the most reasonable, like, but they're not evil, not bad, or anything like that. They're almost childish in a way, but they're not like a person, so to speak. More like an entity, like a... And he still throws his hands up like he literally can't think of a word that would describe what he's trying to describe.
Right. Interesting. Very interesting.
And what is this that you need help with? What are we supposed to do on this floor?
Well, I don't know what you're supposed to do, but I know what my problem is, if that helps any.
Isn't it always the same task for the people who come through?
Well, I've only come through the once, so... I don't know, I don't think so. I mean, surely not. That wouldn't make sense.
Have you been through all the floors before?
He really thinks, like, you can tell he's like, am I allowed to answer that question or not? But roll me an insight, M.O.C.H.A, since you're the one that asked that question.
Yes. Here we go. Ah.
Okay, he's clearly going like, am I allowed to answer that question? But you can tell that the answer is yes.
Okay. Well, I can see this is difficult for you to answer. Perhaps let's speak about this problem of yours. Maybe we can help each other.
Perhaps that's the move then. Right, where do I start? He sort of scratches his head and looks around. He's like, well, this floor, it's not quite meant to look like all of this. And he sort of gestures around. That's unfortunately the Arbiter's doing.
It appears overgrown.
Something like that. You see, on this floor, there's meant to be seasons and the like. There's a cycle to it. And, you know, plants raise and plants die, and there's a back and forth and all that kind of thing. But as of recent, the Arbiter has decided that we should stay in the springtime. And I've all but given up. I really tried to take care of this place. It breaks my heart to see it so messy and the like.
You like that big nasty pot over there?
Yeah, it's unfortunate to look at. I really wish I weren't looking like that at all. But that's what I'm trying to say is, this place, it's meant to be, there's meant to be a balance of it. And right now we're tilting the scales far too far.
What on earth do we go about solving that?
Do you know to which end the Arbiter is keeping this place locked in springtime?
Well, it's kind of their jurisdiction. The curator, like I say, is they kind of run things around here. You know what? Maybe it's easier to show you rather than explain it. Come with me then. And he sort of begins to walk through. And he felt like he struggled to get through these plants because they're quite dense and there's flowers everywhere and they spring immediately back up. So he almost trips a couple of times as he's trying to maneuver around. Right, so tell me a bit about yourselves. I want to know your story in particular. He says, looking around to Dawn with a smile.
I was made to come to the tower.
For what, like?
That's it, really?
What do you mean? Made for it?
Oh, you probably wouldn't have met M.O.C.H.A before, have you?
Certainly not before my time. I've heard about him before, but never quite like that. You're a bit of an unusual shape.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Oh no, I made it as a compliment.
Sizes.
Take it from one architect to a design. I like it. I think you're very unique looking. Very old world.
M.O.C.H.A can look like anything. You have me, you have M.O.C.H.A over there.
Wild.
We are all so very unique.
You're telling me?
Seen something like her before?
Maybe not like her, but
The
how
same
old are
kind
you?
of technology. 150 or so.
You're just a baby.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry. No offense in the like. But you're fairly new blood then.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you've been around for a while. Back in the days, especially in the Pink Tundra. I don't know what it's like now, but when I was there, before I went out and started seeing the Shard and it was very, well, you could only get so far. In that den in particular, there's a meritocracy. You gotta do well in order to get any acclaim, succeed in things. And well, they were very into the old world, the way things used to be. But in particular, there was what do you call it? Like a garb, a traditional wear. A bit like your outfit right now, but a bit more old-fashioned. And your good old friend Dawn here, she's got a bit of the old world to her. That shape language, that multiple limbs, Whatever that is, he deliberately points to Dawn's like lava lamp. There's no other word for it. Whatever that is.
Yeah, what is that? I've been wondering. Sorry, I hope you don't mind me asking, Dawn. Not to interject. But you gotta tell us what's that juice.
Hey, what's with the juice, Dawn?
Juice.
It helps me function, is what I'll choose to say.
What does that mean?
Helps you function. Well, I suppose we all have juice in us. Oh, well, I suppose we don't actually. Never mind.
Can't say I'm
I
full of
don't
juice
fully
myself.
understand myself either yet.
Well, I gotta say, I like it. It's very old world, very unusual. But I like it. I promise you I like it.
You said you're from the Pink Tundra then, yeah?
Right, that's where I'm from. I grew up in a den there.
Where I came from.
Oh! Hey, look at us! Practically family then. Do they make your kinds in dens now?
No.
Technically.
No!
You were made in a den?
Yeah, I said that. Did I not?
What?
I guess I didn't.
By who?
By fairies, duh.
She got you there.
Fairy.
Duh.
Their name?
I just know them as the Restore Group.
Has Marble heard that name before?
You can roll me a history check.
Wow.
Ooh, Lord.
I hate rolling skill checks!
Marble is potentially the worst player character I've ever met because they're so shit at rolling skill checks. You
Unshot the big monster.
with your
have like a skill expert.
with your very mediocre 10, you're not sure is the real answer. The answer isn't no. The answer isn't quite yes. You're kind of stuck somewhere in the middle there where you're sort of like, does that sound familiar? You're really not sure. You feel like you would need more information to get like a solid grasp on that. But on you go.
Was Cerulean a part of this group?
Yeah. That's why they came here.
Wait,
Right.
Restore? Are they still kicking around?
Yep. Doing better than ever.
Better than ever. Blimey, right. I'd have thought that old world nonsense would be done by now. No offense, done.
Well, they're getting more creative in the ways they get to the tower.
So I see. You really are a marvel.
But your
aren't you?
friend Scarlet comes in.
Yeah, Scarlet, she's another member of Restore.
Wait,
Hmm.
Scarlet. Where's Scarlet right now?
You know Scarlet?
Does everyone know everything about this damn den except me?
No, I'm also clueless.
I don't know, well, much outside of spectacle.
His face gets quite serious when you mention Scarlet as well. Like he stops in his tracks and turns to you and asks very seriously. So,
Meryl's like really paying attention to the conversation.
yeah, he's just leaning in with her notepad, you know.
Literally.
Tom, where's Scarlet right now?
She's in Spectacle.
She's still in Spectacle.
Yeah. She's my friend. She was the person who helped me the most.
He sort of puts his hand like over where his heart would be, and he looks at you with like very compassionate eyes. Is she doing alright? How long's she been there for? How much time has passed on? Oh, I can't answer that. How long has it been she's been in the town for? Do you know?
Quite a while. She's been there as long as I've been there, but that's not how long, to be fair.
Right.
Did
From what she said, it's been quite a while that she's been there.
I'm glad to hear she's doing alright, Dawn. She's a good one.
I hope she's
That's
feeling
Scarlet.
okay. I
Did
felt
she?
bad leaving her behind.
I'm sure you did. He kind of looks pensively down for a minute, you know, like he's thinking about something.
Marble, you were gonna say?
Did she come to the tower with you, Apple? Or did she get to enter?
Dawn is
didn't come
giving Apple the dagger eyes right now.
We didn't quite come together, but we crossed paths. I'll say that much.
And
But she has been through.
Yes. Interesting.
Not look at Dawn at that.
Anyway, your problem.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry. Just through this way then. Nice dodge, by the way. Well played, well played. And he sort of turns back and sort of continues off. As he makes his way off and like you guys sort of follow on through, again, this entire place is sort of like rife with like all these plants that are given a little bit. They're a little bit. They're very much in excess, and especially the way that the way that Apple has explained this to you guys so far, and even using your own eyes, you can see that this place is definitely, clearly not what it should be. You can tell the way that all the plants sort of like bloom inside of other plants. It's almost like there's not even enough space for them to breathe. The whole place is a bit suffocating. It's as though like it hasn't moved on from anything. Like it's been stuck this way for a really long time and nothing has changed. As though everything is as it has been for quite some time. And eventually, Marble stops and puts his like hands on his hips.
Sure you meant Apple.
I did. I keep saying Marble. I'm sorry. I'm fake as hell.
I did it too earlier.
He stops and like points upwards, and as all of your eyes kind of trail up, you can see this very, very wide kind of. You're not even sure if it's a tree or just like a vine. It is absolutely massive. This huge swirling kind of like spiraling shape that branches all the way up to the sky. And at the very, very top, from what you can see as high up as your eyes can lead you, you see almost like a bulbous kind of shape at the top. Almost like a bud of dew or something. It's sort of like slightly lavender coloured. And it's got like vines and flowers that sort of stretch up around it, creating almost like a big bubble, like way up. And he says, "Right, that up there is where the Arbiter is. But normally it's easy to make your way up there, but because of all the plants and I can't even make the journey anymore. It's too steep, it's dangerous. And that water up there," it points, like you can see there's like almost like this sort of lavendery coloured water that is like dripping down the sides of this thing and sort of like swirling into pools that you can see at different elevations all throughout the environment. That stuff is very slippery. It's hard to get your way through it. It has like a peeling property or something along those lines to it, but it's almost impossible to get your way up there. The Arbiters kind of shut me out. I can't really communicate with them anymore. But this entire place is like an extension of them. They're like one and the same, they don't quite see or experience the world the way that you or I might do. But all of this, Valerian Verdant, it's all part of them. And that's kind of where the first problem sets in. I've been here for a while, helping get things working, set up in the night. And I don't know how to set things right, but I have a feeling I might know who could. You see, a long time ago, the Arbiter, they had made something new. There wasn't really a name for them, but I'd just be calling them the Buds. They're independent to the Arbiter. The Arbiter made them inspired by me, inspired by things like me and you. And he sort of gestures to you guys, like a sort of clearly proverbial you. And they have arms and legs, they move around on their own. They're supposed to be a gift, to me, for taking care. Someone to watch over and the like, but the Arbiter was quite taken with them. And then when springtime rolled into summer, and then summer rolled into autumn, and they began to die. They never lived to see winter. The Arbiter was heartbroken about it, devastated even. And something shifted. So they decided to not let it happen again. So the new collection of buds. So they never grow up. They'll never experience death or something. I don't really know myself. The Arbiter is not willing to budge the seasons. And because of their focus on these little guys, then it's meant that the rest of the garden, forest, I don't really know what to call it, but the rest of Meryl and Dawn, it's fallen away. They've lost focus. Given up on themselves almost. For the sole purpose of keeping those little ones alive. I don't know if I can do much about it. But the seasons have to be reset, back into balance and the like. Right now we're in the weight of the springtime. And Meryl and Dawn can't keep going on like this. It's stagnated.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder. Surely the Arbiter must be aware that when overgrowth like this happens for an extended period of time, it only becomes more difficult for new life to blossom, as the overgrowth will smother anything below.
Look, don't try convincing me. It's not me you want to have a conversation with. It's them.
Where might we find these buds?
Oh, well, the Arbiters kept them safe. I'll show you. But look, I'm gonna be real. I'm a bit worried to approach them. The Arbiters are very protective of them, and I don't want to get into trouble with them. I don't think they'll hurt you by any means, but just be wary of what you do and say, right?
Right.
Right, it's over this way. And he begins to again slosh through this sort of thicket of garden, this thicket of flowers, until you guys are like walking for like a good wee bit, and Abel just sort of like idly chats with you, not anything super important or super relevant. He's just clearly like a bit nosy about like what the outside world is like right now and like what everything is happening out there. But he dodges a lot of like any particular questions about the tower itself. But it's quite an open book about him, like about his perspective. But eventually, you come to a point where like you spot that there's these more of these like lavender pools of water that all seem to be sort of like dripping from trees, dripping from all sorts of places. And it looks very sort of like serene and very bubbly, and there's a pleasant smell that comes off it. This like aroma of like a sort of floral sweetness, almost like a sap. He sort of stops shy of like where you can see there's a sort of like ring of mushrooms, these sort of bluish coloured mushrooms, And beyond that point, you can see like, so you guys are out in like this thicket of like crazy wild jungle. And beyond that thicket of mushrooms, like beyond this line, you can see that the plants are still quite a lot. There's still visually a lot happening there, still a lot going on. Excuse me. But just because that's the case, it doesn't mean that, what's the word? Beyond that point, they seem to thin out ever so slightly. Not being quite as intense or quite as, almost like slightly more sedate, slightly more like held back, beyond that point, like beyond the ring of mushrooms. And he says, right, it's just through there. There's a ring, like a play area. And that's where they're all being kept, just beyond the mushrooms. They're not really allowed to go out any further than that, so try not to force them to move, will you?
Fine.
Keep it in mind.
We will try. Do you think it will be possible to communicate with the Arbiter through them?
Not quite. That's kind of what I was saying before, like, they're independent to the Arbiter. I think that's why they're so taken with them. Normally, all the plants here, they're kind of like a furtherment of an experience of what the Arbiter is. They're all kind of one and the same. But the buds, they're not like that. They're talking, thinking, intelligent like. And they're a little bit bratty.
Bratty.
You're gonna learn the hard way yourself, so I'm not gonna say too much further.
I'm sure they'll listen.
Well, good luck.
Are there other creatures around your apple?
You're surrounded by creatures. Everything in here is
Well,
alive.
animals and the like.
Not really. That's not what this place is about. I can't say too much, but
Well, at least it's not full of sand.
right.
Agreed.
It's
The
different.
sand was easier to navigate.
Rightly so. The fact of the matter is, every floor of the tower is different. Like a pocket of a different place.
Was there a water one?
You can tell that he's like hesitating to answer, but you can roll me an insight.
Tell me there is not a water one.
There's definitely a water one.
Welcome.
Sure, I can't do an investigation. I think I'm actually investigating what he's having to say.
That's not how that works. He kind of like, he makes a face, right? And it's not that the answer is yes or no. It's almost like he's not sure if there's a correct answer to that question. Like, it's either both or it's neither. But he also bites his tongue, like he clearly doesn't answer your question. Would you say sorry?
We're getting the beach episode. Water, but technically not water.
More
Sand
sand.
out and then the
Enough sand.
But it'll definitely be like
as well a question.
Oh, you go.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say a question that's been on my tongue for a while. So, all this vegetation around us, does it in any way, shape, or form resemble anything that we know from the Shard? Particularly, like, I guess the best point of reference for M.O.C.H.A would be: is there like fruit? Is there nuts? Is there roots? Is there herbs? Anything that he recognizes?
That is a fantastic question. Roll me a nature. I really have to pee up here back, but roll me a nature, and I'll be like 1 minute.
Quick, while he's gone,
So play
reveal
don't screw it.
everything. Yeah.
This will be our
Get
entire
it.
backstory, guys.
Oh dear.
Wouldn't you
Everyone
like
lore
that?
drop, real quick.
Imagine not knowing the Pink Thunder then.
Okay, damn, attitude.
Quick, Kelly, tell us that you killed Mickey.
Oh, quick, delete your 4 and get a 20.
Oh,
I was going to say, how can I hide my roll?
Is
Swear
anyone
not
rolled
Mickey
well?
Fit juice.
someone do like an impression when I ask,
Okay.
do I have
I'll
advantage
do my
on this?
con
Was anyone else thinking Green Giant, by the way?
Exactly.
We'll
Yeah,
call
I
this-
was
Green
going to say
Giant.
that.
Yeah.
I didn't
Green
say it.
Yeah.
Sweet
No,
corn.
Green Giant.
Did you notice that his like button matches the symbol in the corner?
No,
Oh.
I'm never
There
playing
you
a smart
are.
character again. I'm not built for it.
Is this a smart character?
Did
Did you
my
miss
headphones
the
off?
Can't do
flowers?
it.
Match the flowers in the background?
Hello. I did take my headphones with me, so I caught all of that, but I have no comment. Green Giant.
We should have known this.
So,
I actually
Mocha.
love Sweet Corn, so
hate Sweet Corn. I'm looking into this right now. Mocha. It is
Yes.
unsure to you because you haven't really seen much of the outside world. You can't really tell for sure if these plants are like a place that if the plants here are anything like what's on the outside. You get the impression at the very least, like the way that things are here, there's a bit of a ostentatious sort of a exuberance to it that doesn't quite exist out there in the world beyond the tower. But in this specific place, this specific instance, this is a lot like whether it is like that outside or not, you're not sure. I'm afraid that's all you're going to get.
Yes, the grass here is made out of grass. Mocha, like he's doing a little bit of investigating. He's looking around a little bit, but ultimately he doesn't like further comment on it. I guess nothing. Does anything here look edible? Like something I could cook with?
I'm gonna go off your same nature check. I'm gonna say you don't really know.
God,
Maybe is the answer.
don't eat the crumpets.
Because I know that. Yeah, like I mean, this world doesn't have crumpets, so obviously, you know, how good could it be, really? No, but like knowing that, you know, fairies don't really need to eat or drink. I suppose he could live here without any sustenance.
That's probably corn.
But I suppose still Mocha would ask, because food to him is more than just, you know, replenishing your energy. It's, you know, joy. So he'd kind of like be like, I hope you don't mind me asking, but what, if anything, do you eat here?
Eat? Oh, right. I suppose I never tried. Eating's not really a part of my culture. Do you know that? I don't actually know.
They should.
Well, I was just curious, and I suppose the buds, they don't have need for food either.
Not really. They get most of their nourishment from, the lavender water. That and this place is a bit of a self-sustaining one. The plants here don't really need to consume in the way that anyone else might. Look,
So,
I'll be honest.
is there rain?
Kind of. Sort of. There should be. But not for a while. That's what I'm saying, is nothing has really changed. Not for a long time. Well, kind of a long time. It's hard to explain. But look, I wanted to stay here because the idea of somewhere that's always growing, evolving, changing, it just appeals to me. It matters to me. I like to change things up a lot, see what's new. And for a long time that worked for me. I'd always visit and sometimes spend a while here, making sure things stayed right as they are. But ever since the Arbiters refused to change things, it's been very hard. It's not quite the same. It makes me sad. This place is meant to be about evolution and growth and all sorts. The plants here are always fresh, new. A cycle. But when the cycle stops, then I feel like I've lost my usefulness. What good can a man do to a place that'll never change?
So, what was your role initially within this cycle?
Well, plants create debris, and I do have an encampment myself, a place I used to stay, but it's got a bit overrun, so I kind of gave up on it. And I spent most of my time meditating, biding my time. I really didn't know what I was doing. I'm sorry if I seem a bit mental. It's just that it's nice to have a face to talk to for a while. And I'm a bit of a gobshite, so I can't really shut myself up.
It's quite alright. You must feel quite lonely in between the cycles.
Something like that. I did try to keep up with the buds, but, well, the Arbiter put some ideas into their heads. And I guess they saw me as the enemy for trying to change their ways.
What is it exactly you want us to say to them? You want us to convince them that their death is good?
I don't know.
Or
I'm sure if I knew what to say, I'd have said it already.
so your plan is to just send us in there and hope we stumble across the right words?
Look, I'm not trying to send you anywhere. You wanted to help.
How can speaking to this buds help us convince the Arbiter to begin the cycles again?
Well,
Look.
the buds appear to be quite dear to the Arbiter.
Yes.
So, while he might not heed our words directly, the buds may have a way to contact him.
Look, at the
Yeah,
very
we just have
least,
to convince the buds to die.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that verbiage, but whatever. Look, there's one other thing. Through there, where the shrine, where the buds are kept with them, there's a bunch of these shrines. A system I set up myself. They're meant to be, I worked with the Arbiter to make them. And the long and short is, each shrine represents a season. And, well, every season has to be an equal balance. But I can't really do much about it anymore. Any change I try to make doesn't stick. I think if the buds can come around to seeing the value of the seasons, maybe they'll be convinced to hear you out. I've tried myself, but like I said, I think the Arbiter's poisoned that well. They don't trust me anymore. He looks a bit sad, he looks kind of down. You can tell this has clearly gotten to him a bit.
So, you are... So, you are saying that whenever you make a change to the shrines, that the buds undo the changes?
Kind of. Think of this place like this. There's an ecosystem in every part of this world. Should I say that? Every part of this place. There's, it's all affected by it. And, well, the buds are independent to the Arbiter. And the Arbiter swung everything into springtime. But if you could convince the buds that, well, maybe the other seasons have something to offer to them. Maybe you can convince them to come around.
I am fairly certain we will find the right words.
Oh, that's the spirit.
Yes, it sounds easy enough.
I'm excited to see these buds.
Well, let's hope it stays that way, eh? Look, if you need me, I'll be kicking around. I'll try not to go too far, but I don't really want to step across that, that. He sort of cautiously, points at the mushrooms. I don't really want to piss off the Arbiter. Not any more than I already have.
Okay.
No time to waste then, I suppose.
Perhaps not. Well, I'll be right here. And Apple steps off to the side and lets you guys proceed, unless you don't actually want to ask him.
Nothing in particular, but Mocha would just kind of like say, like, it has been a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, Toad. Pleasure to meet you myself. Look, like I said, I'll be around if you want to have a chat or something. You seem like a nice bunch. Albeit a bit of a strange one. Gotta say, I'm a bit gobbed that there's some M.O.C.H.A in here. I never thought I'd get to see you.
But leaving was never enough of a temptation for you to see M.O.C.H.A.
Well, if I leave, I can never... I don't think I can say that.
That was obvious. I'll admit.
Oh, there is something as well. So, some people have gone and left the tower.
That's true, yeah.
But when they have returned, they were incoherent, for a lack of a better word. Are they under some kind of obligation similar to yours?
I'd say.
And if we should succeed, will we be placed under
He's sort of like...
I believe some people have shirked that obligation.
Well,
Possibly.
I made a promise that I would share much of my experience should I return.
He's sort of standing very pensively, you know, like a bit awkward, like a bit shy. What are you going to say? Sorry, Don?
I wonder if you've already been through the tower, if the tower would ever let you back in. If you wait in spectacle long enough, if you'd ever be able to come back, if the want was enough. Just thinking.
Look, I can't answer most of those questions, but no one has ever agreed to something that they didn't agree to, if that makes sense.
I don't
We all
think
knew what
that's
we were
true,
getting in for.
but... Well then.
But I'll give you one thing for free. And he looks at you guys very seriously, like, which is kind of unusual for him because he's quite like a soft, sort of friendly guy. He gives you guys a very serious look. When you're finished, when you've done everything you can do, you won't be the same.
So I've been told.
You've been told right. This place will change you. I'd say for the better. But who am I to say? You've got to be willing to hear what it's telling you, though. Sometimes the message it's trying to sell you isn't obvious. And you've got to think of it yourself. Consider it. Sometimes it's laid bare right in front of you. Good luck. This is still the easy part.
That is only moderately encouraging, considering we perished on a previous floor.
So do we all. The rules here are different than they are on the outside.
I don't know what to do with this information.
Like, M.O.C.H.A looks distressed as much as he can. Like, his face is, solid, but his chassis is almost like shaking a bit,
Apple also looks quite grim all of a sudden. He does look quite serious. His sort of like soft and sort of friendly demeanor hasn't quite gone, but has definitely shifted. He looks uneasy, uncomfortable even, unsure of exactly what kind of advice to give you or what exactly to say. I'm sure all of you had a goal for coming here. A reason. Something that you'd convinced yourself all the way through was never going to change. And if you still feel that way, by the time all of it's done, then you weren't paying attention.
Well, suffice it to say, I still feel quite determined.
I feel quite determined to talk to these plants. Come on.
Indeed.
Right.
I don't know if you were a help, Apple. Have a good day.
Bruising.
Damn.
He's a bit
You have been...
under the weather.
Quite.
Don't mind him.
Marble is in quite a hurry. We don't know yet why, but we, tried to keep up.
Well, it's none of my business. But I don't want to keep you. Good luck chatting to the buds. I hope it goes your way. Better than I could do.
Alright. See you around.
See ya.
Well,
He sort of hops up onto like a tree and sort of like leans back on like a big sort of vine and just sort of like looks up at the sky, sort of like getting into a rested position.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no way but forward, so...
Where do we go?
You
To
go.
the mushroom tower.
So as you tower, no. As you guys pass through this sort of
Mushroom
like
Kingdom.
this little ring of mushrooms, like you're all expecting like something to happen, but nothing really does. You just sort of step through and everything is totally fine. Like there's no changes, no shifts in the environment or scenery. Instead, you just continue to trudge through. The mushrooms are quite big as well. Like, it's not as if they're like small little things. They're quite substantial in their size and scale. Especially to poke higher than all the flowers and stuff in the environment. And you guys sort of trudge onwards. You can see as you're sort of walking through, that this ring of mushrooms clearly extends in like a sort of like circular pattern, and you can see it sort of stretching out into the tree line. And based on the angle that it's at, you can tell it's definitely quite a big patch. Not super massive to the point where like it's like miles long, but clearly big enough that it's like quite a substantial sort of patch of ground. And you can see it sort of disappear into the tree line and off and through between what do you call it? Through branches and through the sort of line of shrubbery and grass and all sorts. You can see that it sort of continues onwards. And and you just kind of make your way forwards. The atmosphere gets like ever so slightly darker as the sort of canopy overhead creates a sort of like grim, sort of, I say grim, it's not moody or bad or atmospheric in a bad way. Even it feels like you're almost like you're entering somewhere more private, somewhere less out in the open, somewhere less less exuberant. You notice that the flowers in the environment here is still quite dense and still quite lively, as you've experienced already. But it is somewhat more muted, definitely not as intense. The constant flow of petals and leaves that sort of seem to flake off and then immediately fall to the ground and seemingly sprout up again has subsided, if only somewhat. The plants here, instead of being feet tall, are instead still substantially taller than most plants, inches tall but still there. And as you plod your way along, you begin to hear the sounds of like laughing, cheering, giggling, energy almost. You hear like almost like the pitter-patter of feet running around. You hear grass being tussled and plants being rifled and like moved around. It sounds almost like you can hear a playground nearby.
I grow more worried about this place by the minute.
Are you scared of children?
I detest children.
That makes sense for you.
You...
People say I have a teacherly vibe.
It's the glasses.
Maybe that's it.
Let's get this over with, I suppose.
Kids like music, right? Perhaps I play something?
Something less dour than normal, yes.
I have varied music, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I can make myself bubble. They might like to look at it.
Bubble.
Bubble.
Yeah.
Great.
I'll write it down.
That's not a verb. What do you mean?
I'm full of liquid, and the liquid can bubble and change colours a little bit.
Ah,
Memorizing.
like sensory toy.
Yeah.
Anyway, and she'll play the equivalent of like Cocomelon on the lyre.
Baby chucked it.
Cocomelon on the lyre
So we're
is
surfers.
not what I
Okay.
expected to
Some
hear.
Miss Rachel beats, I guess.
But sure, you begin to sort of like strum a jaunty tune, as you sort of you cross between like this sort of a big tall set of mushrooms, and as you peer off beyond into the sort of like the near distance, the sounds of like playing and laughter can be heard, a very joyful and cheerful energy, and you peer around and you can see in the middle of it's quite like a big space, right? Hold on, I'm pretty sure I have an actual thing for this. Give me a second. Yeah, I do. So, far off to like in the far back of where you are, you can see this big, massive base, and as you look up, you can tell that that's like it leads up to the heart of the grove, the place that Apple had showed you before. Where you can see that big bulb kind of like poking out through the top of the skyline. You hear the sounds of like gentle running water, almost like a stream. And off in the distance, you can see a whole bunch of these tiny, dinky little plant-like creatures. All of them sort of running around, dancing, laughing, giggling. All with very similar kind of shapes. Mostly made of like greenery with like almost like eye-like shapes where their heads would be, and like a small like crown of like flowers, not quite blooming just yet, like almost like an unfettered bud. And where they are, you can see like off in the distance, there is this big, wide, long platform, almost like a base with 4 structures set upon it. Each of these structures are massive. They stand out way. For initially at a glance, you might just think you're looking at another tree in the distance, but that's not quite what they are. Each of them are set upon this like big sort of platform, and they look to be made almost out of clay or stone or something, but are also, one of them is completely wreathed in flowers and plants that sort of spring up. You see a whole bunch of the sort of little buds kicking off and sort of like hanging off, like playing on it like it's a toy. The other 3 have like flowers hanging off of them, but the flowers almost look a little bit wrong. They don't look like they fit. Unlike the sort of like the one that is clearly like all the kids are playing around is very vibrant. There's an energy coming off of it that you can all feel at a distance that is pleasant and cheerful to look at. And hold on, there we go. The other ones, something about them just feels sad almost. And a small set of steps that like these things are massive. They are huge. You guys feel so dinky. And these little things play out in this big, massive, wide-centered part. Off in the distance, you can see 3 of them sort of like playing together. One of them looks like they're on the ground, and one of them standing over them, sort of like yelling at them and pointing like almost like a finger at them. One of them, like laying on the ground, looks like it's really, really upset. Whereas there's another one that looks like it's shouting at the 2 of them, like standing nearby. And when they hear the sounds of Vanille's like lyre, they all seem to stop what they're doing and look up at you. As 3 little buds notice.
Oh my god.
How innocent.
Yes, I put the scene on the first
shooting
one.
indiscriminately.
Let's not judge a book by its cover. They could be annoying once they open their mouths.
No, I'm sure not.
Good morning.
Hello,
And
I am Mocha.
as you all begin to address them, walking up to them, that is where we are going to stop.
What? No.
We do what? We've been away for 4 hours.
Roll initiative.
It's barely been like... It's been like 2 hours. Like,
One in the back is so polite.
Definitely has not been 2 hours.
no, what do you mean? we just started.
But as our intrepid adventurers, tower guards as they are, get some questions and some answers to the wildly confusing floor that is Vivarium Verdant, and look upon these 4 giant pillars, each representing a different season, and the first glimmers of these little buds who are all very cheerful and maybe hard to say exactly what they're going to be like just yet, as we come to an end. A question to be answered and a thing to be found out next time on The Tower. So give me a second, girls. Give me a second.
You level up.
Let me.
Yeah, do level up. It's a question, actually.
Yeah, like,
Would you say?
if we need to play another hour to level
Do we
up,
level
that's
up?
fine.
Do you level up?
You do not level up. Is it this
Then
one?
we're still playing. Like,
Everyone unsubscribe.
You people are insufferable.
like this video.
Poor
If you want us
stream.
to
Then
level
why'd
up.
you invite us
Or
here, man?
else.
You picked this table.
What's our light goal for level ups?
If we
Everything
go
on
eat
the
enough
computer's
ice creams,
running
can we level
so
up?
slowly.
Guys, if we get 100 patrons by the end of January.
Every like is an experience point.
God,
I know this is milestone, but you know.
that'll take a while.
Okay. Right, there we go. Conclusion screen. Ta-da. Right, okay. Thank you guys for playing tonight. I hope you had fun. I hope everybody who was watching found it interesting and are totally down and love the game and have liked and subscribed. If you'd like to subscribe.
And hit the bell.
Hit the bell.
Hit the
the bell.
Or else Meryl dies. You have to.
We'll throw her into the orb.
Just Meryl though.
We'll put her in. Never mind.
We're in the oven.
What did
Don't
Meryl
say it.
do to you people?
Get into Mocha's
I
oven
don't
you
know.
go.
The adorable ones always get, the worst fates.
Yeah, it's true.
Hashtag
She's
justice
a
for
fucking
Rond.
sponge.
She's not. She's a sea
She's not
cucumber.
a sponge.
She's a
You would
garbage.
not
She doesn't look
Do
like
the races.
SpongeBob's mother. Like, she really
That's
does.
a you problem.
No.
Oh,
That's so rude to compare my character
Or is
to
it
some
his grandmother?
unflattering thing like that.
I know,
and I
she's
would
kinda
do
got it
that.
Also, yeah, okay, that's fine. So we'll just check something. Right, okay. I have a bunch of questions put together by our beloved egg. So let's see what they are. Right. Is this where the lightning is emitting from when entering the room from the staircase? Lightning?
It didn't seem like it. The very beginning, the top of the tower in the black sand. It was
Oh!
very erratic when we saw it.
Yeah.
We did ask about that.
No, that's not the case. And what's behind the stairs? What stairs? I don't know. That's slightly vague.
It was the stairs at the top of the tower as well.
I got it.
yes.
Yeah, okay. It's totally flat up there. There's nothing else for them to have seen, investigated, or done. It's just a pretty chill wee zone. Which maybe we'll see again. Who knows? A mystery, a secret. Ooh, secret. Our next question is, where did the tentacle go? Who knows? Do you guys have any ideas? Where do you think the tentacle went? There was a hint.
Fucking tower.
Ocean.
There was.
hint.
It was a tongue.
It was through the cracks, like. So.
I mean, it could potentially. It was likely the entity that connected with Meryl, right? So I'm presuming it's. I don't fucking know, the tower itself or invisible.
Well,
Fish thing.
my theory is, so we found out each floor has something in charge of it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
That's either someone like Apple who is chilling in that floor, or
Yeah.
it is the person in charge of that floor.
Every floor has a curator.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
That's the word.
Can anybody see invisible stuff? Still in the room with the staircase. That's top of the tower. Do any of you have the ability to see things that are invisible? Is that a thing that anybody in this table has?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Good
Okay,
to know.
so
I
kept that
actually
I don't think.
I did think about doing it, but I wanted to keep my detect thoughts, which didn't really be useful anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe I should have.
Maybe you should have. Should have.
I can see visible things.
I didn't really know when you do it.
It's up to you to decide. You got to make that call. Sometimes it'll be a bad decision. Sometimes it'll be a good decision. You know, there's no
Yeah.
way to tell him.
I didn't want to piss off the first person we've ever met, so.
Why not?
Can't relate.
Next question we have is Mocha's looking for his maker/dad. Is that question that's been answered already? Do you guys have the answer to that question? Actually, someone who isn't Mocha, tell me the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it the maker's looking for, or is it the maker's dad?
The maker's dad, wasn't that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the son was the maker,
Yeah.
but maybe looking for both. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. that's
Mocha,
the
do you want
answer.
to corroborate one of those answers? I feel like it's not my place to answer your question.
Sure, yeah, no. No, it is correct that Mocha is looking for his creator's father, whom he has never met, and his creator is still alive, but he's no longer in Spectacle, so he's out of the picture. But yeah, only
Okay.
the father of his creator has entered the tower and not returned.
Mysterious. Ooh. The next question is, what kind of stew? Look, I think this is for you.
I answered that. It was beef, mushroom, onions and carrots with a bunch of spices.
Beef,
That sounds
onions,
okay.
mushrooms and carrots,
A bunch of
stew, and a
chili,
bunch of spices,
like,
and a
so
bunch
good.
of chili.
A bunch of
There
chili
you go.
flakes.
I really hope that burning question has been answered in your soul. I hope
It
you
was
got
answered
that.
immediately as if I'd never
Many
answered a
ask.
question about my stew.
The next one, I don't know if we have a canon answer yet, but feel free to answer this question if you guys would like. I'll leave it into your hands. How old are the player characters? Let's do it left to right, eh? Amy, how old is Vanille? Do you want to answer that question?
She is 29.
Okay, great. Vanille is 29, there you go. Lorcan, how old is Marble? You actually revealed this.
Marble
in session.
has answered it before, yeah, this session, and also in the little interviews we did. They are 143.
Grandma. Moritz, how old is M.O.C.H.A? You literally answered this question in the session as well, which is interesting, although you just came up.
M.O.C.H.A is 27.
Are you as old as that? Is that really science? Is that your cheat sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, I believe
What?
you.
Smoke is cheating?
I trust that if that's the information I give him, then it's true. It must be. Because he's very old, like especially by M.O.C.H.A standards. M.O.C.H A haven't been around for that long.
Old but gold. They don't
Ben-
make them like they used to.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Ben, how old is Meryl?
Meryl is 35, I believe.
Damn, grandma getting old.
I know.
And Siren years, that is pretty old, by the way. Like, she's only got like 20 years left.
That's like a Dan old. Yeah, you're basically dead.
It's like
Dan was like limping by the end, man.
genuinely, like in Siren
don't have
years,
a-
it's like you get to adulthood faster. Your adulthood lasts a bit longer, and then you age very, very quickly and then die. It's really sad.
Meryl's gonna be with a walker by the end of this.
Oh.
So she's got
Well, you
maybe
can't die in the tower.
yeah,
So-
true. Maybe can you die of old age?
Yeah, you just keep dying of old age and waking up and dying of old age.
Back in the recuperation room.
Somebody pull the
Well, there
plug
are fates
already.
worse than
Their fate's worse than death. You just have to live out like your last day on Earth forever, you know.
The first rule was not a warning; it was a threat.
And how old are you? How old is Dawn Kelly?
Dawn's only 15. Dawn's a little baby compared to everyone else.
Oh my god.
Dawn's underage, man.
You've been bullying like a teenager. I feel bad.
She couldn't have
Dawn
killed
is-
Mickey. Mickey was a bartender. She
It's
can't go-
different
not
for
allowed to
Mecca.
Dawn-
It's different.
I'm not
So
You
leaving
can't
Dawn
even
is-
buy a scratch card. What the fuck?
Mecca have lived around for like
Just
30
even though
years.
Dawn
She
is,
literally could not be older than that, you know?
Well, she could be 30.
You know what I mean? Electric chair immediately.
Dawn is as old as a cycle. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, scandalous. Okay, the next question I have is double jump when everybody got their new feet. We'll see. There's a question I kind of want to give you guys, but I'll see how the other ones go. The next one is, does it scream out in pain when Marble picked the flower? It has no mouth, but it could have screamed. Like it should have. It should have. It was a lot of pain. Like you definitely fucking like separated
I
it
realized I
from.
should have rolled that at disadvantage as well. I'd forgotten.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Exhausted. Naughty.
I thought it was exhaustion gained.
It literally showed up in chat. I tried to prevent it as best as I could, but it would not let me.
Oh, I thought you were just making a weird joke.
Yeah, I
Nope,
saw
Marble
that.
has exhaustion right now. Also, Dawn got an answer, but no one else did. Ooh. How does he know about M.O.C.H.A? That is Apple, relevant to M.O.C.H.A. Apple had never met one before. He only knew about it because other people had mentioned it. He actually, I think he said that in the session as well. Is that like he's
Yeah, he
heard
did,
about
yeah.
them and was like really like, ooh, wow, look at you, you're something else. You're crazy.
I think I made a mistake as well. I said Apple was 300, but Apple was 300 when he left for the tower. So I was spreading misinformation and lies. I want to point out.
Yeah.
Who would do that on the
Cancelled.
internet?
You really someone would do that?
I
Why
read
on
it
the
wrong.
internet?
Yeah.
You're
So
so
you
good.
can cancel me on social media that I don't use if you want.
I've already done it.
Extreme. Only you are going to be muted. It's just like, your fruit's going to be striked out, like scribbled out.
You're permanently stuck as a heartbeat from now until the end of the campaign.
One
down.
One
You can
down.
float in the Mickey juice. It'll keep you safe.
No, stop saying that.
Beloved
it.
Mickey Juice. Beloved Mickey Juice. And
You can bubble it.
I guess another thing to consider as well is I'm gonna ask this of the players, right? Like just because I'm curious. What floor are you guys gonna go to next?
So we get a choice between the next two.
After you complete this floor, you will get the choice of 2 floors.
I think it would be really funny to leave that option to last.
I was thinking that. We just avoid that floor.
I think Marble would want to push Apple and see if Apple lets anything slip first before deciding.
You could definitely try and ask him next time as well and see what he says. Like, he put it this way: of all of the NPCs you could ask, he is one prone to making mistakes. You know, he slips up.
Yeah.
So he might be a solid ask if you especially want to ask. But the ones you would have available next, let me just quickly look at my list because I'm organized. I'm really organized.
You know, since you
Would it
are
be really funny if we
Mr.
went to
Orange,
the orange one instead of the green one today?
No.
I was
What
tempted to
were you going to say,
say
Kelly?
you are Mr. Orange, so we should leave Orange to last.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I respect.
It's just Connor chilling and
We're like tutorial level. We're like level a million.
So the next ones you'll have
The orange
available
floor is the face reveal.
after you complete the seafoam floor. It will be between brown and blue.
Not Orange?
Play.
Orange isn't actually
It's gotta
color.
be
It
blue.
is brown. It's 100% brown. It's just the
Blue is the water level.
Oh, never mind, we're not doing blue.
Blue's the beach episode.
Yeah, blue's
No.
Each episode.
We're not going to blue.
Why do you guys not
Then
look at
again,
the
brown
beach
could be the
episode?
cookie.
I don't know what blue was. I think blue might have been experience. So, metagaming? That's interesting.
Oh,
Maybe
well,
this one was
okay.
We went
experience.
into
Maybe it's the
abundant.
other way around.
Let
This
me. Okay. I guess like since it's fun to do this, give me a second, right? And let me see if I can find the thingy that'll have all the things.
You know, I thought since this session is called abundance, I was thinking we would get an abundance of loot, but you know that didn't happen. So
No, that
I have no
is
reason to
abundance.
assume that we're gonna get an abundance of experience if we go to the
I'm
experience.
wondering if the thing I left is going to come back as something else on that roof.
What
And
was
I-
it left again?
One bolt.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like maybe it's like a trade system.
What did you leave?
Battering with the
Silky,
the
shiny.
With the tentacle monster.
Was it?
But
Smooth
if
and
the tentacle
silky,
monster is
smooth and
curator-
silky.
Yeah.
It's a Dark Souls reference. The Dark Souls reference.
Yeah, guys, the Dark Souls. You won't get it, guys.
You would get it. You would get it. You guys won't get it.
I don't.
Yeah, it's a board game.
Yeah.
Let me. Why am I struggling to find this? We will end shortly. I'm just trying to. Is it this? Is it this? Yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna at the start of the campaign, and I'm not gonna tell you what or who or what happened. Right? I asked each player to pick one of these concepts that aligned with their characters. I'm not gonna tell you who picked what or what picked what. The players might have figured it out by now, but I guess we'll see. But I'm gonna do this just once, and I'm never gonna do it again unless the characters figure it out. But yellow was uniqueness, and then there's an in brackets word. So yellow was uniqueness and brackets expression. Brown was progress and brackets endlessness. Seafoam was experience and in brackets equity. Blue was connection and brackets spirit. Red was fairness and brackets suffering. Purple was knowledge, in brackets equality. Pink was anarchy, in brackets unpredictability. Green was reality, in brackets tangibility. And black was uncertainty, in brackets anxiety. There you go. So
I will say, Connor made us pick a color and not the name of the thing, and I'm colorblind, and I had to ask him which one it was.
I know what one you picked.
Because I had to ask.
if you can figure out what that might mean,
viewers might figure it out.
Yeah, if you figure out what that means, there's a whole bunch of things that are interconnected with relevance to that, so maybe you can figure that out over the course of the game. But for tonight, we are coming to a close. So thank you very much, everybody, for playing. I hope you all had fun. Tell all your friends, or I'll kill myself. I hope you all had fun. Yippee.
Wow,
You see that on YouTube?
Oh, well, I did.
It's at the end of the video, it's fine.
What's that?
Bye viewers, bye patrons.
See you later.
Yeah, Amy.
Soon.
Yeah, 25th.
25th.
Well, ring the bell and you'll know.
Yeah, precisely. So I will see all of your lovely faces on the 25th. I want to give a special shout out to our handpicked patrons. No, you're not. I'm giving a special big shout out to our handpicked patrons. M.O.C.H.A, Richard M, and Strawberry Egg. Thank you very much for supporting us, and we'll see you next time.
You did not come through at all.
That did not come through, but we'll say bye for